Call the Board of Supervisors to order. May I have a roll call,
You
please?
sure can. Supervisor Jomey. Here. Supervisor White.
Here.
Supervisor Horton. Here. Supervisor Schutte.
Here.
Mayor Bagwell.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you so much. We're going to move on to Pastor Bruce Henderson. Thank you so much for pinch hitting, and we wish your fellow pastor goodwill and
Thank you.
healing.
I can think of no better way to start this day than with the blessing that God gave for the priesthood to give their fellow Israelites. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. We ask this day, Father, for your presence, your peace, and your guidance. In your precious and holy name, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Mr. Razor, I didn't ask you in advance, but would you lead us in the pledge? Yeah. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we're now on agenda item number 5, which is our opening public comment. And today I see signed up for opening comment. First is Scott Cisco. Oh, there he is. Hi, Scott. Doesn't matter which, just push the button and release so it's green and state your name and go.
Thank you very much. For the record, my name is Scott Cisco, and I live in the southeast section of Carson City, along with a lot of the folks that are here today. Real quick, 3 minutes isn't going to do it for me, so I'll split it in half and do part of it now and part of it later if I can. First of all, of course, the issue is about mandatory installation of the sewer lines and connection in that area. It's been said by many people that, well, they're the ones leaking into the ground, they caused it, they should pay for it. And my opening statement will be to rebut that. That's not the case at all. Many, many years ago, a developer went to Ormsby County, wanted to put houses out there, wanted to put a development in there, but at that time, the county didn't have the funds or didn't want to use the funds and didn't put in the infrastructure for the sewer, so they approved septic systems. As a result of that, then later on, of course, Carson City merged with Ormsby County. Carson City continued to permit houses in that area, again, for septic systems. Now, your own Public Works Department will tell you, so the majority of those septic systems are all working exactly as they were designed and permitted to do so. However, there's apparently a nitrate issue in that area. Whether it's us or whether it's the prison, we don't know. There's various different studies and various different opinions on that particular thing. But in any case, we're being asked basically to foot a big portion of the bill, or a portion of the bill, I should say, in order to rectify that situation, and we're being blamed for that situation. We didn't cause it. We just bought the houses. I even have a letter here dated in 1992 from the head of your city health department. They came out and inspected it before I bought the house because I wanted to do my due diligence, and it said that your septic system is working fine. No guarantee it will be in the future, but it's working fine. Please take care of it. Anyway, like I say, right now, we're just trying to get through this. We're being told over and over again in your different staff reports and the different things that if we do this, this will be a benefit to all of the citizens of Carson City. But all of the citizens of Carson City aren't being asked what we're being asked, which is to pay the amount of money that we're going to pay. For just a second, I'd like to put you in our position. Most of us are retired there on fixed income. You're retired, you're within a few years of retiring, you've got your house almost paid for, you've bought your forever car, your last car that you're probably going to buy, and all of a sudden somebody knocks on your door and says, sorry, we can't let you drive that car anymore, we don't allow them on the streets, and you can't sell it because we don't allow them on the streets anymore. And the reason I use the car as an analogy is for some people, that's the amount of money that they're going to have to be spending in order to hook up to this system. It's, again, the infrastructure that's been put in place has been doing so for over 30 years. So there's a lot of money involved for us, and we're getting hit pretty hard with this. And again, we did not cause this particular thing. So that's all. That's all on that part of it. Well, I do want to say one more thing. There is a difference. The last time this came around, which was 15 years ago.
Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Deborah, hi, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Deborah Sisko, and I'm also, this is my husband, Scott Sisko. I'm wondering if I'd be able to defer my time to let Scott finish. Okay. Well, in that case, I'd just like to say my agreement is with him being asked to support, to foot these costs is challenging for many of us who are either retired or still having to work. And I currently work at a nonprofit here in town, and so I still support the community and doing my best to help us be able to make the payments to foot this bill. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I have the only other one that asked for beginning time, Mr. French. You put that one, you wanted to comment at opening. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. Okay, so, sure. Mr. French?
Mayor, Board of Supervisors, thank you very much for the opportunity. I have had a busy time recently with getting more familiar with City of Carson, from the local emergency response group meeting to the cultural and the tourist meetings. I've also been lucky enough to get to the school board meeting recently, and I also have been watching several of the legislative activities and hearings. I would like to say that while I don't want to be redundant, there is for insects, a SB 221, which considers putting insects on lists like the endangered species list for animals. And so that's something that I find very interesting. I'm also looking forward to the agenda. I have my feelings about Mills Park. I think you've all probably heard those before. It's a beautiful park. I love the aesthetics of it. I like the naturalness of it. But I do understand that to progress for the city's activity needs and considerations of the public, that changes are going to be coming. And I just look forward to hearing what changes are considered and the final paperwork on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. French. I don't have anyone else signed up for beginning public comment, but in case somebody came in late or anything, is there beginning? Okay, then we're going to move on the agenda. We're on item number 6. Oops, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I didn't see you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate all the work you've done.
State your name for the
Oh, my name is
record.
Ralph Thomas. I live in South Carson on Gentry. I want to thank you all for all the due diligence and work you've put in on this project. I know it's challenging. There's a lot of pitfalls in this. You know, people are very concerned because of incomes and such like that. But I understand law, rule, and regulation and why this is going on. And I've worked in sewer systems in the past and water systems, so I understand what you're talking about, nitrate levels and the danger that poses on the public. It's a tough pill to swallow, but I do appreciate the work you all have done on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ralph. Okay, one last. Okay, I'm going on then. So we're on agenda item number 6, which is approval of our minutes of February 16th, 2023. I already submitted just a small typo, but did anybody else have any corrections, changes? Nope, I'll accept a motion with just one correction from had to his.
Move to approve the Carson City Board of Supervisors meeting minutes of 16 February 2023 with the aforementioned correction noted on the record.
I have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The record reflect that was unanimous. Thank you. We're now on to our special presentation, which is our length of service certificate. So if you'll join me on the floor. Okay, this morning, you probably could tell from all the uniforms what department this one is from, but Ramon Marquez, I was right the first time, Montalvo, come on up. Come on up. 5 years as a deputy sheriff.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much for your
Appreciate it.
service.
Thank
I
you.
know the community joins me in saying that, and the
Thank you.
sheriff might say a kind word or two.
Might say a kind word or two. I could talk all day long about Ramon. Detective Ramon Marquez has been with the sheriff's office since March of 2018. He was first brought on as a uniformed reserve officer. After completing his bachelor's degree in criminal justice, he was hired onto the full-time staff. Marquez was an eager hire because he has displayed every strength of leadership and professionalism that this community demands of our law enforcement officers. Even in his earliest days, the administration saw that. In just 5 years, he has completed his initial state certifications for peace officer standards and training, been assigned to the detention division, the patrol division, the department's special enforcement unit, and was most recently assigned to the detective division, of which we have virtually all of them standing here in the corner supporting him. While some might suggest that he has passed through his assignments faster than expected of most people, in Detective Marquez's career, he has mastered his assignments at an amazing rate. This gentleman has earned the respect of his peers and the department as one of the department and community's greatest assets. Thank you, Ramon.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. You forgot the good, does that mean we have you for 20 more years? I only say 25.
25.
But you already did 5. 25 more.
30.
It's on the record. Everybody know it. This is the day it was marked. Again, thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for your service. And is there any family or friends or anything that would like to join in the picture? It's an important milestone, and we love to celebrate with families. To our employees. It's wonderful.
Turns out I don't need to, since, okay, I didn't either, so I just wasn't sure.
I was trying to figure that out.
Yeah. So it's a no.
But not on, I think she needs it on 16. Okay, all right, we are now on to our consent agenda. Did anyone need any item pulled? Nope, and I didn't see anyone in the public asking to talk on any of those, so I'll accept a motion on the consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of item 8A, 9A, 10A, 10B, and 10C, as well as 11A and 12A as presented on the record.
I have a motion and a second for approval of the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. We're now on to agenda item 14A. Here comes the book lady. Yeah. 14A is discussion and possible action to introduce on first reading a proposed ordinance repealing provisions governing certain common open space development in Carson City. Ms. Sullivan.
Yeah, it was hard to find parking today. Why is everybody here? Anyway, on March 3rd, 2023, the Board of Supervisors had a joint retreat with the Planning Commission. During that retreat, you'll recall I provided an overview of Section 1705, 1709, and 1710 of the Municipal Code. At the conclusion of that discussion, Supervisor Giomi moved to direct the DA's office to work with the staff to take appropriate legal action to implement the suspension of Title 1710. Supervisor White seconded that motion. And so this item's being brought forward today consistent with that direction. You have received late material from both the DA's office and the public on this. I do want to make a couple comments before it's open to the public. First, I've received comments regarding the abuse of 1710. I don't agree that 1710's been abused. At the retreat, we discussed the substance of 1710, And I believe the application of 1710 to date has been consistent with the code. We've had comments that common open space development is not a planned unit development, and that 1709 and 1710 are not similar. In talking to my colleagues in the private sector, we have reached agreement that they all are derived from NRS 278A. And you remember when I presented to you, we talked about framework. So the frameworks they're derived from the exact same framework, which is called the planned development in the NRS. Also, there have been comments that the planned unit development cannot be used for infill due to the 5-acre minimum. I'll remind the board that 1709 does allow for you to give relief to that 5-acre minimum. So I just wanted to put those 3 points on the record. With that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Does any member have a question? Does anyone, I would like, Mr. Yu, would you just for the public give a small briefing on the late material, just so everyone's on the same page? Thank you.
No, happy to, Mayor. In terms of late material that was submitted by my office, this was a short memo that I presented to the Board of Supervisors and the mayor, and also for the members of the public as well. Pretty straightforward, short memo, just about a page long. What I am proposing to do for inclusion in this proposed ordinance is just a second amendatory provision in Section 4 of the ordinance. And what I mean by a transitory provision here is that it's not intended to be codified, if or when this board decides to adopt this ordinance. So it would not be codified, but it does serve as a transitory provision in the sense that it very clearly delineates the disposition of an application that was filed before March 3rd, 2023, which was the date of that joint meeting a couple of weeks ago, and what would happen to the disposition of an application that was filed after that date. So if an application was filed after March 3rd, then it shall be deemed to be denied by the Planning Commission. It will not be considered if this ordinance passes. If it was filed before that, then there are certain rights that attach to that, and that application will proceed under the former provisions of CCMC 1710, which are proposed to be repealed by this ordinance. So that just clearly delineates for the benefit of the public and any applicants who may be out there what their rights are. It's retrospective in nature. And so what that means is it just attaches to a prior event that occurred and alters the potential outcome of that event. So that's for the board's consideration. I believe that even without the inclusion of this additional language, the ordinance in its current draft form does function properly. This just adds another additional layer of clarification for everyone.
Thank you so much. Anybody? So I don't have any questions from here. I don't have anyone signed in, so we'll just have to go in order of anyone wanting to come up and testify. So public comment on this item?
Good morning, Mayor Bagwell and supervisors. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you guys this morning regarding this action. Just a few comments
You have to
from.
put your name on the record.
Sure.
Sorry.
This is Mark
We know
Turner,
you.
Silver Oak Development. For the record, I'm a local developer and been here developing property in Carson City for 3 decades. So with that, I just want to make a few comments. I have some colleagues here from Nevada Builders Alliance, Mike Raley, and our Chief Executive Officer, Jaron Hildebrand, who's new with us and is just starting to get the feel of Carson City's political scene here. So appreciate, again, the opportunity to speak with you guys. Just some basic concerns about the action that's in front of you today. The Common Open Space Planning Tool is a very useful planning tool especially for infill development. And as I understand the lay of the land, literally and figuratively in Carson City, we're really almost out of PUD-worthy pieces of land in Carson City, which for most intents and purposes really just leaves us with infill type of development that's going to remain here in town. The Silver Oaks and the Lampa Ranches and the Anderson Ranches, those were really the last notable pieces of ground left in Carson City that would be developed in a residential fashion. And then there's a handful of bits and pieces remaining throughout the town, many of which are smaller than 10 acres. Some of them are smaller than 5 acres. And the current PUD approach to handling the development of those types of property in a residential standpoint is not as good as the common open space approach. I realize that the common open space language that you have here has created some friction in town here, as we're all aware, and I've been around here long enough to hear the same things you do, and yeah, it's been tough. I get it. It's the entitlement process in Carson City the last 10 years has become more and more like running the gauntlet. I don't like coming in to do it anymore, and I know that you guys take a beating along the way too. It's hard. I get that. But, you know, our colleagues have suggested that there are potentially problematic portions of the language in 1710 that are giving rise to these frictional issues that the city's facing and you in elected positions are facing, and that an adjustment of applicability and things of that nature could eliminate the problem with common open space language as it is currently stands, rather than doing a clean sweep and getting rid of it and then falling back on the PUD process for dealing with ongoing development, which is going to be dominated largely by infill type of work. That's pretty much what I have in a nutshell. I know that we're on a time schedule here, and Mr. Rayleigh and I think Mr. Hildebrand have some comments too, so thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Mike Rayleigh with Christie Corporation. Thank you for your time. I agree wholeheartedly with everything that Mark said, and I think if you look at the intent of a PUD, both in NRS and in your code, it really is geared towards larger projects that include multiple uses. And I think there is a pending application, which for the record, I have no involvement with whatsoever. I want to make that clear. I'm not here representing any particular developer. But if you look at, for example, Anderson Ranch, when that was approved as the Vintage project, that was a PUD. And so that shows kind of that what maybe some of the pitfalls that we're trying to avoid, it's just rolling it into another layer of the code. What I wouldn't argue that there's definitely flaws in 1710 now the way it's written. I think it could be amended to be an important planning tool in the community, especially, as Mark said, for smaller infill projects where open space really would be a benefit to the community. And I think that's one of the keys, is looking at what qualifies as open space and where having some sort of public value. To say that open space is somebody's backyard, I don't think that's fair. I really don't. So I think that could be modified. I would hope that maybe the board would consider tabling this matter and perhaps doing some sort of a public workshop or with input from kind of the users that would use that code. Because I think with some meaningful modifications, it can be a powerful planning tool. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor. Am I on? Good morning, Mayor. Jaron Hildebrand, for the record. I'm the new CEO, like Mr. Turner alluded to, with the Nevada Builders Alliance. I'm here just to echo the comments from my two members, and I look forward to meeting and working with you all. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody questions? No? Okay. Thank you so much. Do I have anybody else with public comment on this item? Good morning.
I thought the board
You have
and
to do your name.
oh, sorry, Sue Masiello, Manhattan Drive. I thought the joint planning board meeting of a couple weeks ago was a workshop, and it was publicly advertised. And I have to believe the builders knew about it and could have attended. Second, I think at that meeting, I heard, I might be mistaken, that common open space isn't really common. It is not open to the public, and it is nothing but a euphemism intended to make the public happy with too much development on a piece of land. There's something else I want to say, and now I can't remember what it was. I think that, oh, I do remember. There is a master plan. There are zoning maps. This 17 stuff does nothing but put a developer over and above the elected representatives of the people, in other words, you. It lets the developer dictate what development is going in, what it looks like, despite what you as representatives might believe is appropriate, and despite what the surrounding citizenry wants. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Do I have anyone else on this item? Miss Denny?
Introduce myself properly this time. Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Supervisors. I ditto what Susan just, the prior speaker just stated. Thank you very much.
Ms. Needs?
I'm glad that we're finally getting rid of this piece. Maxine Needs. I'm glad we're finally getting rid of this piece of ordinance, which has been a terrible thing for Carson City. I myself personally have been looking at a mud pit for 14 months. And no activity out there today either. So it's not just the weather. They're just hanging around, doing their thing, scratching themselves or whatever they do. And they're not doing anything for the city of Carson City. I had asked the developer one day if he would come and plow my street because he has his own private plow service, and they plow his streets inside his development until, of course, they're dedicated to the city, then we'll all pay for that. And so I asked him, and of course he didn't do it because he's such a good neighbor. He's told me he's a good neighbor of mine. And so there is that. I myself have been fighting this ordinance for 6 years, and I'm glad to see that you guys have finally paid attention to the constituents and voters who put you up there and what we want with our tax dollars and with our votes. And we hope that the next time it won't take so long. Thank you.
Do I have any other public comment on this item? No, one more. Mr. Weiss? Good morning, Bob.
Hello. Good morning, Mayor and Supervisors. Thank you for considering this issue. As the first
Name on the
speakers.
record, Bob.
Oh, I'm sorry. Bob Wise, Carson City, 177 North Winnie. As the initial speakers mentioned to you, this is flawed. And they gave one of the best examples that backyards are not open space. So I don't think there's anything wrong with suspending or deleting this provision of the planning ordinance. And if there are good arguments for infill parcels, then I think that's a subject of future consideration of an ordinance that could address those. And in the meantime, we can get rid of the abuse or potential abuse of the ordinance that exists now. So I don't think there's anything wrong with doing away with this. If the PUD doesn't work, then the people who have an interest should put before you a solution that is acceptable to the community. And when we speak of public, I'm always concerned when it comes to land development, the most impacted people are the adjacent property owners. And maybe they don't constitute the public at large per se, but they're the ones that are most affected by it. And so when you do, should you consider a new ordinance, I think some special weight should be given to adjacent property owners or the immediate community around the development. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. for having the workshop, and good luck.
Thank you. Do I have anyone else? Okay, then I'm going to bring it back up here to the board. Supervisor Giomi, a question?
I just,
comment?
just a comment. I appreciate all the comments, and just as we did at the workshop that we had on the 3rd. I think some of the comments Mr. Wise just made are well stated. There probably are some issues with the PUD component of 1709. And I would challenge Hope and staff and the Planning Commission and this board to work on making those right-sized for our community, because not everything is right for every community. And I think we can right-size it for our community. But it's time for 1710 to not exist anymore. And I think we can make those corrections, to 1709 with the community's input. And have a chance to get it right, and at the same time not have to deal with 1710 anymore. So I just want to put that on the record.
Anybody else want to comment? Okay, then if you're ready, I'll accept a motion, and please include the late material. Motion.
I move to introduce on first reading Bill number 106 to include the late material modifications submitted by the District Attorney's Office.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Thank you. 106. Okay, we're now going to move on to agenda item 15A, which is discussion and possible action regarding a proposed draft of the Mills Park Master Plan. So is Nick and Jennifer coming up? Boy, we took a tiny couple of pages out of your binder, not much, Hope. That is one big binder. Yeah, a book.
Good morning, Mayor,
Morning.
Supervisors. Nick Wentworth, Carson City Parks Project Manager, for the record. So in early 2022, Design Workshop was contracted for conceptual images and creation of the final master plan package for Mills Park. Public and stakeholder surveys were sent out in June and July of the same year. Carson City staff sorted and compiled all results from the surveys. The community's main concerns were the unhoused population, lighting, restrooms, a better police and security presence in the park. The most popular improvements or additions to the park were a splash park, new playground, skate park expansion, and more community-based events and activities. Park staff met with Design Workshop on site to begin putting together ideas for the conceptual layouts. The concepts were then presented through a public meeting and shared on the city website in November. Public comments and feedbacks were received at the meeting through email, social media comments, and through mail responses. The conceptual master plans were also discussed with stakeholders and city staff directly connected to Mills Park, including Carson City Public Works, Facilities Division, Recreation, Sheriff's Department, and Fire Department staff. Direction was then given to Design Workshop for design of the draft master plan to be presented to the Parks Commission and now finally to the Board of Supervisors for approval or additional changes. The goal of the master plan is to preserve the park's natural aesthetic and design while creating a cohesive, user-friendly park that responds to the concerns and needs of the community. Much of the park is dated with many amenities like the westernmost pavilion and tennis courts aged beyond reasonable repair. One of the two playgrounds was removed in 2018 due to its age and lack of replacement components available. 2 of the 4 tennis courts were renovated and turned into pickleball courts in 2020. These are some of the graphs representing the survey results. In the upper left, you can see restrooms, playground, and the pool were the top choices for improvements to existing facilities, with the skate park also receiving a lot of votes. In the upper right, question 7, the splash park, a new playground, updated restrooms led the survey for new amenities and improvements, with the skate park expansion and off-leash dog park filling out the top 5. In the lower left, you've got question 8, and the farmer's market is already scheduled to be making its return to Mills Park this summer. That was a top choice there. And in the lower right, question 9, for new ideas for new additions to Mills Park. Dogs and splash park and the playground replacement. I really like this photo especially. It shows the need for that promenade that's one of our ideas through the middle of the big field. Place for all of those vendors to set up with water and power. They're ready for them, which also reduces, maintenance time and staff's time to lay out that power and water for them. Also, you can see the burden that puts on the turf driving those vehicles all over the place nonstop. So that just addresses the maintenance road, the promenade, and a few of those factors. This is the site constraints site plan. Here we've identified both traffic congestion problem areas. This plan does not offer solutions for those, but we are identifying those that when we do projects in that area, we will need to coordinate with the traffic engineer and take careful consideration to help ease the flow of traffic at these critical points during that design process. During large events, vehicles are bottlenecked, creating disruption to their ingress and egress. This site constraints plan also identifies the flood zone marked here. Any solid structures built within that flood zone that prohibit or alter the flow of floodwaters will require conditional letters of map revision or a CLOMAR and can increase the cost of that project by up to $100,000. Improvements such as playgrounds, fencing, sport courts, parking areas, the connector road would not impede the flow of floodwaters, so they're not subject to that CLOMAR. And here we've got the actual master plan image. So this is the best we could come up with to merge those two conceptual plans that were shared at the public meeting. I'm just going to go through not every item on here, but the items that are the big changes to what we're proposing at Mills Park. Number 1 is to replace and update restrooms. That is currently funded for 2 of those restrooms through ARPA funding. Number 2, fencing along East William Street, which would coordinate with, you can see we've got marked out here the 3 potential crosswalk locations that you'll be deciding on later. We have to agree with Public Works. I think location number 2 in the middle works with the existing park and what we envision it as to flow into the sidewalk system there, and that's just our opinion. But the fencing along East William Street would help direct pedestrians into, or cyclists, or the public in general, into the park through key locations, helping to promote that safety. Hopefully people stop running across the highway out there. Number 3 is the East William Street streetscape improvements. That's funded by a federal RAISE grant, local infrastructure tax, utility funds, and the redevelopment authority. Project is currently in the planning and design phase throughout 2022. Construction is anticipated in 2024. Parking improvements. Potential areas are marked in pink all over this plan where there's much needed parking spaces added to accommodate large events such as voting, swim meets, carnivals, bonanza, etc. The existing parking is approximately 520 spaces. This plan shows 928. The Wanganema House, number 6, a historically significant home which is currently used by the Carson City Parks Foundation and several other nonprofits as a meeting place. We plan to improve the walkways and some access issues that we've got over there, go to hard surface concrete. Number 12, this project is also funded a 3,000 square foot maintenance shop and 8,000 square foot surrounding maintenance yard. That is over on the east side of the park behind those apartments. That is out to bid right now. Hopefully we see construction this summer that'll just depend on the waiting period for the metal building system. Number 14, the pickleball complex, that is currently has funding of $500,000 through the American Recoveries Plan for design and construction of 6 additional pickleball courts, space to accommodate tournament play. I just want to note also, we heard the concerns through the public meeting and the countless emails and phone conversations in opposition to putting that in the field. That's why we, besides the funding, played a role in that also. It was the best decision, working with the pickleball community, to move it to where the existing courts are, to not take away from the field. And I'll also mention at this time, so the plan demonstrates that besides the promenade going through there, we still have usable space for sports fields out there, whether it's soccer. Currently, AYSO does practice on those fields and has different events out there. So we're not taking away the big field. I know that was a major concern. Number 15, the skate park expansion. We've got in here 10,000 square foot plus. We'd potentially like to double it. It is currently 12,500 square feet. I'd like to organize a small working group with the local skate shops and the community, those that are out there actively on a daily or weekly basis, and figure out what the next steps are to design that skate park the way that the community will best use it. Number 16, the off-leash dog park. We show over in Sealy Loop. These would be separate fenced areas for large and small dogs with a walkway buffer area between, shade trees surrounding both, double gated entrances, and benches around the perimeter. This would also come with our next item, which would amend the dog park policy. Or I'm sorry, the dog policy in general. Number 18, a new playground. We know, we heard the community again. This is a major want, is to update the playgrounds. We already knew that. We agree wholeheartedly. The playground there is dated. We feel that the playground at Mills Park should be the biggest, nicest, most inclusive playground that we have in town. And we feel that where our existing maintenance yard is, be a perfect setting for it. That would include short fence separating it from the surrounding railroad tracks, trees, shaded picnic tables, that sort of thing. Number 19, the concession plaza and restroom on the east end of the park. This would serve the pickleball courts and a new splash park. This is likely the first restroom we will replace with the ARPA funding, and the concession stand would come later to complement the splash park. And then the splash park, again, in that same area. Our vision for this is a playground-like structure with water features incorporated, a fence perimeter, potentially a low-cost entry to cover operating expenses, creates an affordable option for a little relief from the heat during the hottest times of the year. Outdoor showers would be incorporated into the nearby restroom and plaza to rinse off before and after use. Pumps, plumbing, and chemicals could be maintained by Carson City aquatic facility staff next door. That was the major reason for placing it at that end of the park. In the southeast corner, number 22, basketball court and additional parking area. Again, there was a big outreach on an additional outdoor basketball court for the community to use. The parking area would help serve those existing pavilions as well as the Vietnam Veterans Memorial that's nearby, and new replacement outdoor fitness equipment. And I left number 21 for last because this was the one exception to the Parks and Rec Commission's approval. They approved of the entire plan except for number 21, Foley's Forest Lane. This is a much-needed public roadway from Sealy Loop to Oxby Loop, including several traffic calming methods, which could be speed bumps or dips, center islands, painted crosswalks, public art, parallel parking pockets where space allows. This would improve park connectivity, ease of use for park users unfamiliar with the site, reduce congestion when parking fills up at either end during large events, and also increase our public safety officers and park rangers' ability to patrol the entire park, as well as increase maintenance staff's efficiency and add 30 parking spaces. Go to the next one. After hearing the Parks Commission's concern, we came up with some conceptual ideas that a master plan wouldn't normally dive into this level of design. It's simply an idea that when the funding becomes available, then we would get into the design of the actual roadway. But based on those concerns, we put some additional imagery together to demonstrate what kinds of things could be done to help protect the public, children, pets, whatever the case may be. I think that our vision wasn't very well represented at the Parks and Rec Commission, so just want to be clear that this is not a raceway it's not what most people would consider as a public road like Solomon Street or anything like that. We've demonstrated here where some of those crosswalks we could potentially involves the high school or potentially Western Nevada College or some other art groups to paint them, bring attention to them. Other traffic calming methods would be center islands, public art. You see landscape buffers there. There's one other image here I want to point out. The fencing on the bottom that's actually a picture of Sand Harbor. So there's several items within the master plan that would incorporate fencing, the dog park, the William Street frontage, potentially this road if we got to that through design. But that was our number one pick, I think, so far for fencing, was something like this, the metal fencing with large 6x6 posts, help deter or slow down vehicles if they were to leave the roadway. You can also see through it from a safety and maintenance standpoint. Nobody's going to hide on the other side of that fence. So that's it for the presentation. I'll take any questions.
Does any member have a question? So I just have one in general, because I got a call. Where are they going to play volleyball? Because we're changing something up. So where they play volleyball?
So there is a possibility there's two sand volleyball courts in that southeast corner where we show the parking area and basketball court. We could leave one volleyball court of the two there, directly next to the basketball court. Right now, the majority of the volleyball players I've seen using the park play in the grass. And you can do that anywhere. We have 12 acres of grass out there in the big field, or 100 other areas where I've personally communicated with that group. They play in Sealy Loop. They're there on a very regular basis. They prefer to play in the grass. They bring their own net. They set it up. I think that, they're open to playing anywhere where there's turf and they have their own space and they're not being invaded by whatever else that is. So the sand volleyball courts do get used on occasion. I don't think it's totally ruling it out. There's definitely room to leave one there next to that basketball court. If we got enough feedback that told us we need to do that.
Okay, I just bringing up what's come to me from the public. Supervisor White?
Thank you. This is a pretty good plan. I would
Thank you.
like to say in regards to that pass-through road, I'm 100% bought into the need for that. Not sure what the other folks saw there that we're not seeing, but I'm bought in for that. The skate park, I think the skateboard community has proven their worth for consideration on as bigger and better as you can make it, obviously within the checkbook. I do have concerns with the splash park, though. I do understand a large number of people say they want the splash park, but just like the splash park there at McFadden Plaza, that is water down the drain. We continually tell our residents They have to conserve water. You can only water your lawns on certain days, but then we turn on a sprinkler and let it run down the drain. That's the only part of the plan that gives me any pause whatsoever, and that's thousands of gallons.
I can clarify, the splash park or splash feature at McFadden Plaza, the intention was to reuse that water where it cycles through and into a tank, and that didn't happen, unfortunately. We would 100% do that, so it's not necessarily, there is some water usage, obviously, from evaporation. With no standing water, using a tile surface like we have at our playgrounds, the water would not directly sit in the sun where it's gonna evaporate quite as much, and it would be a recycled process where that water's being treated and pumped through continuously. Just clarifying, I understand the concern of wasting water for sure.
Thank you.
Supervisor Shute?
Thank you. First of all, amazing, amazing work. And I know it's been difficult, and you ask 20 people opinions, thoughts, and you get 20 different answers. And sometimes they overlap, and sometimes they are completely opposite of each other. So I'm wondering, first of all, the adaptive playground. I so applaud the playground and an addition of an adaptive playground, because they're really, the right thing to do is to truly meet the needs of everyone. And so I just wanted to say thank you, and because kids of all ages who you know are struggling, whether it's physical disabilities, it's important that they have opportunities just like the rest of us. So kudos on that. I was one of the people, as you know, that was struggling with the Foley's Forest Lane, and it isn't that the connectivity is such an issue. My biggest struggle on that one is the fact that I really, I believe that a park really should be about being a park, and versus convenience for vehicles. That said, I could absolutely be comfortable with this, with the traffic calming, and I even hate that term for a park, because the whole idea of the word traffic within a park, that's again where some of my struggle is. But if it was truly really more of like a lane and if we could get rid of parking along that, and I know you had mentioned 30 spots, so if we were to get rid of those, was that what you said, 30 parking
And
approximately?
that's the way what's portrayed there
Okay,
in the
okay.
plan. This isn't a design for
Correct,
that
okay.
roadway.
So let's just say it was 30, and so even without that, we would still have an additional 368 parking spots. And I think that there could be some creative use of perhaps other areas. I think, and I had mentioned this, the northeast section of lawn in front of the community center, that might be able to be made a little bit smaller and provide for a little extra parking. But I think there's some creative ways to really meet the needs of parking to help address those areas of traffic congestion that you had mentioned, because those are legitimate concerns, to help keep the park feeling like a park. I love the idea of the crosswalks and the creative crosswalks, and I applaud you for reaching out to artists in town, and I believe Sierra Scott, who presented some wonderful ideas. I also would like to encourage perhaps one or two roundabouts, because they truly are calming, And you could really have something beautiful and artsy in the middle of a small center of a roundabout that could, again, celebrate this being a park, or it could have something that's historical to Carson City, or, you know, just that visual.
And they are shown on that
Perfect.
zoomed in plan.
Much obliged. So again, thank you, and those are my thoughts.
Supervisor Giomi?
I meant to ask you before, where'd the name come from? Foley's Forest.
Yeah.
So I think people were
So
wondering.
in the history research we did of how the city came upon about the land, it was V&T property. It was purchased for, I think it was $10. I've included it in the master plan. I think it's in the first couple pages there. But that grove of trees, that's what it was referred to, was Foley's Forest. When the property was purchased in the early 50s, there was a group put together here in town to locate the property for our first official park, and that's what that grove of trees
cool.
was.
Love
So
the
I
name.
thought it nice to include that, the historical aspect of it.
You know, I applaud you and the citizens who provided input. You know, Mills Park is kind of like the centerpiece of our park system, and it's right in the middle of town. And you know, like me, it's kind of showing some wear and could use a little refurbishment. It's much easier to refurbish a park than it is to refurbish me. But anyway, so I love the ideas, and again, as Supervisor Schutte said, you know, it's hard to take everybody's wants into consideration, but dang, you did a great job.
Thank you.
I really support the road through from a public safety standpoint. I do support the parking because I think we need more parking. I like the Foley's Forest lane for another reason, and that is if we have larger events, much like the pavilion, we could set stuff up in there. We could set displays up in there. We could close it and set things up in there as opposed to setting things up on the grassy area where, you know, we kind of do sometimes now. So I think there's multiple uses for it, and I really like the promenade and the idea of lining that up with vendors and whatnot for events. And so kudos and you have my support.
So we did receive a public comment concerning the need to do a master plan for a park without money, or that we would somehow fund this instead of roads. And so I had conversed with one resident, so I just thought I would really put it out on the record that Carson City, I think, is so unique as a community because, was it 1996 or somewhere in that area? We passed a quality of life initiative to fund sales tax to be able to use it in our park system. And so I just want to clearly state on the record, it's not that we're taking 15 million that could go to roads and putting it into this park. The taxpayers voted for a sales tax for quality of life. That's your money that you voted on, and this board respects that. Our park commission respects that, and we spend the money the way that the voters voted on that initiative. So I just wanted to put that out on the record. And then having master plans for items also gives us the opportunity to be ready to submit for grants. And in the parks trail systems, there are lots of grants out there. I wish there were a lot of grants out there for neighborhood roads, but we're not finding those aplenty. But we do have grant opportunities that we can use that quality of life dollar as the match to really bring fantastic product for our community. So I just wanted to put that on the record because I had quite a few people say, you know, scratch this and put every penny that you can to the road. So I want to just clear up that those pennies cannot be used on the road system, just so that people are aware. We are, I promise you, always looking under every rock or stone for something for roads too. So I just thought I would answer the public comments that we received in the mail. Anyone else? And this is a wonderful plan, and I too support the road. And I think the road design or issues that Supervisor Schutte has, we can do that if we ever get to a design phase. We can talk about roundabouts or trees or artwork.
Can
and
I
all
add
that.
one thing?
Certainly.
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, we did also, after the Parks and Rec Commission meeting, we did meet with the Sheriff's Department and the Fire Chief, and they're both 100% supportive of the road. It really brings access to our park rangers and the public safety officers to access that part of the park that you just can't see from a vehicle unless you have to get out and walk to it. And I think that it will greatly improve the presence of those officers and park rangers to where they're able to, even if it's just cruising through there a couple times a day, put their eyes on that side of the park where right now we do have a problem with the unhoused population and shady activities. And I think that it'll help bring the public into the park more and make it a safer place.
I think it's actually going to be better flow anyway. I was doing something at Wanganema House yesterday, and then I needed to come here for a meeting last night. And I think it's actually going to be safer for those that are using the park to exit off onto Solomon and either have to come Robinson or come back out onto Main to use the same park system or the amenities here. I think it's going to be a win for everybody to fully utilize the park. And that's because I think sometimes we forget that the community center is used for a lot of activities, including meetings. And so I just see this as a win. And then we can take Supervisor Schutte's, you can design it not to be a roadway. I think that's really the issue. It's not, and I think that's probably what the issue was, is you didn't want to see it as a pass-through. You don't want people coming in on Solomon to avoid taking the other streets and zipping through the park. I think that's the
And our
nutshell
goal
of
is
that
to
one.
make it as undesirable as possible for that purpose.
Yeah, well, yeah.
We don't want it to be a desirable cut through.
Well,
Right,
I-
exactly.
I agree 100%
Exactly.
because the road through a park shouldn't be about getting from point A to point B that in an area, or
As fast as you can.
for nothing to do with the park.
Right.
And that is a concern because, and it's not a criticism, but people don't want to be inconvenienced. And if it's more convenient to go through versus around,
It won't be.
even though we've always been going around, that is worrisome. I also, again, with and I won't belabor the parking, but I just think that added parking adds more, it can actually somewhat interfere with the flow. It can create additional traffic in looking for those spots, but that will be addressed and we can go back and forth.
Carson City's first toll road.
What's that?
Toll
The
road?
Toll road. Could be Carson City's first toll road. Yeah, you'd have to pay to.
Pass through, you
pass
have
through
to
the park,
deposit a
yeah.
nickel.
And then every
Deposit-
time the
deposit
mayor
a
drives
nickel.
from Wanganema House to the community center, we make 50 cents on it.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Exactly.
There you go.
Get the dimes.
Nickel a trip.
During high school
Of
lunchtime?
course, yeah, exactly, yes. And after school.
Okay, Supervisor Horton?
I just wanted to say, great job. I really like the plan. The road is awesome. We need it. I love the idea of roundabouts and traffic calming. There are great things that could be done without a doubt. I am not thrilled about fencing along that roadway, as you know. That'll come later. But super, super great job. Looks awesome. I think it'll be a really good thing.
Okay, I don't have anyone signed up for Mills Park comment, but if you'd like to, come on, Denny.
Denny French, Carson City, Nevada Mayor. I have several issues with the road. The maintenance roads are big enough and are able to support traffic. Were it made into a maintenance road, I would be comfortable with it. If it didn't have parking on it, I'd be more comfortable with it. To suggest that through traffic for maintenance and for security is important, I agree with that myself personally. I have real problems with the road through the park. I think maintenance and security need to have access. Emergency equipment and such need access. I also have a question. Well, I really appreciated the fact that the parks took the time in their presentation to go over the facts that were presented to the people in the survey. A road was not one of the options that people asked for while they look for a splash park, skateboard situation, and other considerations for basketball perhaps, and the pickleball. Road was not mentioned. I did have to miss meetings, and I had to miss some of the planning because it was actually put in the same timing as the meetings for this, so I had to flip through. But I was given the update, and I don't like the idea about putting a fence around the street that I don't want through there in the first place. And I would name it Folly instead of Foley, because I think this is a folly. Adding parking is, and you know, you're pulling in, you're pulling out. There are going to be people moving around, children wanting to be able to run around that park like I've watched them on many occasions. And I also would like to say that that survey did not bring up the promenade. It did suggest that there would be a walkway out to the deal off of the Williams Street and the monument there, and there was going to be changes in some of the things, but this wasn't presented. And as I asked about why you couldn't put the pickleball where it was in the other rendition of the plan, they said they couldn't put it there because the neighbors would object to the lights and the noise. So they put it on the other side where the dog park now. But there was a problem with the dog park being where it is now in the depiction that's available to me. There's flowing water there. Are they going to put that into in pipes and flow it under towards the fireman's pavilion? And I also have a problem with the fact of having dogs in the other parts of the park. This is a huge dog park. If you walk the area, considering the small dogs and large dogs, that's a big area to allow them to run. And thank you.
Mr. French. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Does Juana and Dave want to come on up? Let me guess. A pickleball comment. No, sorry. No comments on pickleball? Then you have to leave. No, I'm just teasing you. Good morning.
I'm not always concise, so I'm going to read a statement.
Be sure and put your name on the record.
I will.
Thanks.
Is the mic on? I think it is. My name's Dave Whitefield. I've been a resident of Carson City for about 14 years. And for full disclosure, I'm also a commissioner on the Parks and Rec Advisory Commission. But I'm here today as an ordinary citizen, not as a commissioner. So my comments reflect my personal opinions and not necessarily those of the Advisory Commission. Mayor Bagwell, Supervisors, thank you for this opportunity to speak to the issue. Mills Park is an important resource for the residents of Carson City and the surrounding areas. It offers a wide variety of spaces that support many different activities for a broad spectrum of users. It is and should continue to be the centerpiece of our park system. I'm very glad we have this park. It's just outstanding. The proposed master plan revision being considered today is a result of a lengthy process of stakeholder consultations, with the most important of those being the residents who use the park on a regular basis. Many competing ideas and opinions were gathered and considered in preparing the plan. Project Manager Wentworth, Park Superintendent Navarro, Parks Director Budge, and the whole staff are to be commended for their hard work on this plan. I believe their work demonstrates an excellent job of balancing the competing interests of the stakeholders. One part of the plan that has been controversial, as we now know and have heard, is Foley's Forest Lane Connector Road. I think the Connector Road is an essential element of the plan. It provides added safety, convenience, and parking, which are all important for the full realization of all of the other changes proposed in the plan. I've never understood why it's necessary to exit the park onto public roadways, especially Highway 50, just to get from one end of this great park to the other. Foley's Forest Lane presents a great solution to that problem. There are several important projects identified in the plan that have funding available from the American Rescue Plan, as Mayor Bagwell pointed out. Because the use of those funds is under time constraints, I urge the board to approve the plan today so that work on those important projects can begin in earnest and they can be completed while the funding is still available. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Thank you. Kind of talked about pickleball just a little. Juana, were you gonna testify or that took care of it? Okay. Okay, Ms. Needs? Mhm.
Maxine Neitz, for the record. I just have a question. Although the Convention and Visitors Bureau several years ago killed the Carson City Rendezvous, one of the things that we did at Rendezvous was have these incredible Civil War battles in the big field. And so I want to ask a question about that north-south looking path lined with trees as to what that is and whether that will preclude using that field for a single activity like the Civil War battles were, should another good event come to Carson City.
It won't interfere with it. But
Is it paved or is it?
Decomposed granite likely. 50 foot or so wide DG path through the middle with trees not lining both sides, but a few scattered trees and water and power spread out down both sides. It would provide a space for food trucks or vendor tents, or it would be set up with that in mind so there'd likely be a few picnic tables, trash receptacles, power and water for vendors and food trucks to connect to, and likely not more trees than what's shown on there. A few trees, but we don't want to take up spaces where those food trucks or vendors could set up.
Okay, I was fine until you said picnic tables. Would they be movable ones so that, again, the
Yes.
field could be used for a single
please
purpose?
direct your questions to the chair.
Would the picnic benches or picnic tables be movable ones so that the field could be used for a single large event?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that was all my question.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Do I have anyone else? Miss Sue, please put your name on the record again. Oops,
Oh, I turned it
somebody
off.
left it green.
Sorry.
There you go.
Sue Masiello. I do have a problem with the road. Kids and roads just don't mix. I had the misfortune to be on a school board when a fully supervised parking lot and yard turned into the death of a child. There was a school district near ours where a school bus backed up. A child was where she shouldn't have been, and that child was killed. I think that possibly you could consider some sort of remote control entry for emergency vehicles to access that road. I will tell you, people driving, kids, you just can't rely on them all the time. And accidents happen and they're horrible. They're horrible for everybody. I think the plan is lovely. I will say that part of my quality of life is my local road. I passed potholes at Pardini and Maison. There is a pothole on Washington. And there are potholes on Kitty Cat Corners at Stewart and Washington. That to me is part of my quality of life. I understand what you're saying about the park. I think Carson City has demonstrated a problem with maintenance. And I think that some funding needs to be allocated and set aside, death of your firstborn, for maintenance. And thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do I have anyone else? Kurt, come on up. Oops, there you go.
There we go. Kurt Meyer, Carson City resident. I'm also on the Parks and Rec Commission, so we talked about this at our last meeting. And I just wanted to come and say, I think the plan is wonderful, all the features that are coming to the park and so forth. One of the things that we went back and forth on at the Park and Rec Commission was, of course, road or no road. And one of the things that we decided to do when we passed and had this come to you guys is come and speak about it. And I guess one of the concern that I personally had was the fact that through the years, that park has gone through so many iterations with the swimming pool, the PEP, and all of the different things, all the way from the golf course, that I don't think that there's really been a professional study done on the flow of traffic and so forth in there. And I think one of the first things that we should do is have the things that we want to have in the park identified, and then have a professional look at putting together a plan for the park, so the road and so forth can be a nice slow road like you guys mentioned earlier, and go from there. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Eric.
guys.
Do I have any other public comment? Master plan? Okay, then we'll bring it back up here. Anybody ready to, Stacy's ready.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I think it's simple enough to say that I move to approve the Mills Park Master Plan as presented.
Any discussion? Okay, all those
Oh,
in
wait,
favor?
wait, wait. What? Yes,
Did you want discussion?
I'm trying to raise my hand.
Okay, Supervisor Shooty. She hit the wrong button.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
I just, again, want to reiterate, thank you, and it's wonderful. And I will be voting to approve, but I really, really think it's incredibly important to have a robust conversation on how to make this road truly reflect a road within a park and not reflect a road. And so I just wanted that on the record.
Okay,
Toll road, telling you, toll road.
except for the mayor, with an exception. Yeah, okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Again, great job, and let the record reflect that was unanimous. Very good job. Very good job. Okay, we're now on to item 15B, so we'll fit that one in and then we'll take a recess. So this is discussion and possible action regarding a proposed amendments to the dog rules and regulations policy. And Ms. Budge, are you gonna take the lead on this one, or, yeah?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. Before I start, I just wanted to thank Nick Wentworth for all of his hard work and Design Workshop for helping us get through the master plan. They really did a great job, and I just wanted to thank the staff for their time. So earlier this year, you approved the dog rules and regulations policy through a resolution, had several attachments outlining park lists and maps, and it was the product of over a 2.5-year process through public meetings, Parks and Recreation Commission, the Open Space Advisory Committee. You wanted to hold off on any decisions on Mills Park because you wanted the master plan to come forward to make sure that the dog rules and regulations policy really coincided with what the Mills Park master plan envisioned. Based on what you just saw, we have proposed and you approved an off-leash area which would be fenced on the east end of the park. And staff is also recommending that the rest of the park remain dogs allowed but on leash would be required. Currently, Mills Park prohibits dogs, but you see hundreds of dogs there every day, and it's really a struggle for park rangers, park maintenance staff to really stay on top of that. We have a lot of people visiting the park that come through and aren't aware, despite the dozens and dozens of signs that say no dogs allowed, they still continue to come. So we think that would be the best compromise for the public. So essentially a leash law within Mills Park, requiring dogs on leash, and then having a designated off-leash area once it's constructed and we have the funding available, it would be adequately fenced and have amenities that go with it. So the changes proposed in your packet reflect that vision based on the Mills Park Master Plan.
Does anybody have any questions? Supervisor White?
Thank you. Based on my comments. Thank you. When this came to us before, I offered a number of concerns regarding the entire ordinance. My concerns, I believe, are still valid. I will point out that on March 13th, Carson Now had a fairly large article about dogs and problems that come with them. I would also point out that that article received 12 comments. Not one comment advocated for dogs in general. And I can tell you, while I understand this is a dogs on leash, which is my biggest concern, I also will stand on what I said before, that dogs in parks in general, I'm not up for, based on, I don't think it's a good idea to have families trying to have a picnic where dogs are pooping. I mean, let's just be honest, that's gross, it's not sanitary. I won't be supporting this.
Thank you. Does anybody else have a comment? So I'd like to just throw out, I received a public request for us to reconsider our thoughts on Steinheimer Park. Some of the neighbors there are asking us to just look at it and consider whether that should go off leash, because they said they don't have any amenities at that park. So there isn't a playground and is that accurate? There's absolutely no amenities at Steinheimer. And so I just, again, had a request and want to bring that up. Supervisor Schutte?
Thank you, and thank you for the reminder. And I had received a request regarding Mayor's Park. It currently is off leash, and I think in a year or so it would be prudent to revisit and really see how this is working and what parks, the off leash parks. How it's going, and to know that we can revisit and based on the data. Thanks.
So does that mean you just think we should leave it as
I think we
proposed
should
and then
leave it
come
as
back in a year and
proposed,
see how it
and then,
worked?
correct.
Okay.
But I think it's also an important consideration because we can't fence, or it's more difficult to fence Mayor's Park.
That's a
And
detention.
so, because it's kind of a detention area. So I understand the concerns. I think this one, though, is historically been used off leash, similar to Longview Park. And so there's some mitigating factors, but I think they should be looked at when we have a little more time under our belt.
Okay. Supervisor Giammi?
I too got a call about Steinheimer, and the individual called me, said that they thought at an earlier discussion it was going to be an off-leash park, and then it somehow changed in the process, and that was their concern. And I went by and looked at Steinheimer Park, and I think you'd be hard pressed if you asked everyone in this room if 5 people could figure out or tell you where Steinheimer Park is. Because it's really a park that's, I mean, it's not off limits to anybody, but pretty much only the people who face it use it. So I'd be willing to add that to this now. But Mayor's Park, I think we could wait on, but that's just my slant. I can take a stab at a motion if you want.
Again, just
Want to wait and see if there's more comment.
may I have, Ms. Budge?
Thank you. Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. I just want to clarify, if we're going to do that, is the intent that you want to see it ultimately as a fenced dog park or left as is? Because we got direction from you last time about that,
Right.
about where those priorities were.
Right.
We've built a couple into the next year's CIP budget, being Ronald D. Wilson Park and then fencing the playground at Long Ranch Park to help mitigate the issues with off-leash. I just want to be clear on what the intent would be.
My intent for there is as is. There is no cross
Just like Mayor's Park.
jurisdictional thing there, in my opinion, same as Mayor's Park. There's really no amenities other than grass.
Yeah, I would say on the record that's correct. I think that gives us consistency actually throughout the whole policy. It's when you have playgrounds and mixtures and things like that, then the dog park needs to be fenced or the playground is fenced. But fencing is the activity that separates the dogs. In the case of Mayor's Park and Steinheimer, those are both just grass. There are absolutely no playgrounds or amenities, so that would be the place. And I don't recommend putting any dollars into fencing or anything in those unless anyone else does. Okay, is there any public comment? Mr. French.
Thank you, Mayor. Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. I think we're straying from the agenda by talking about other parks. I do understand that those things will be nitty gritty, but I think that would suggest a need for it to be on an agenda to allow public to be here for that matter. This is specifically to this park as it's stated in the agenda, item 15B, use within Mills Park and of leash or not. I would like to see parks that are allowed not to have dogs at all. I would like to say that it would be hard to regulate and to observe, enforce. I would also like to suggest that I don't want dogs off a pass, but it's not realistic on leash or otherwise. It's not realistic to suspect that someone's going to be able to stray their dog onto a sidewalk to pee as opposed to allow them onto the grass. I do not want to have that in park areas that are open to public use, picnics. I went to lay down in the park recently, within months, right? And I had to sway myself from getting near a tree. I couldn't sit in the shade area because that had been utilized by animals. Deer is one thing that I'll also walk, but I'd rather lay down than that, than any dog mess. So my situation is such that I do feel that if there's any discussion about other parks, it should be put to a specific agenda item. My understanding of what this is suggesting is to just talk about, whereas I had been told that the location determined to be number 16, that's going to be the dog park, could not be used because of the water. So the area, then there was a consideration that that dog park would be rather relocated to the area that the pickleball is. And the pickleball, because of the neighborhood request not to have a pickleball court near their homes and the activity and the lights. So I'm just saying the information I've gotten has been roundabout. I don't want to see that area that's water through that area of 16 covered or put into a pipe, but it would have to be able to be in the dog park area. I do not want dogs on leashes everywhere, but to be able to get from one part of the parking to the dog park, you're going to have to be able to transport your animal. If there's no parking near that park area, you're going to have to get your dog or yourself and the dog to that location. So I do understand there has to be some facility for that. I'm very opposed to having any more meetings about dog parks in general without it being on the agenda. I also want to say again, that was put out to the public through the original survey and through every survey that I was able to follow. A dog park was considered, but the location was objectionable to some, and I think it's a huge amount of area, and that if we donate the whole area by allowing people with their dogs on leashes, then we're really not treating the public with respect. We're already fencing a huge bit of property off, and I think to allow dogs everywhere on the park, period, is not a good idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. French. Okay, so is there any other public comment? Hi, Paul. There you go, you got it.
Okay, Paul Martinovich, I represent Carson City Railroad Association. And in regard to the dogs, we're really happy that you included in your plan to not allow dogs in our building or on our trains, because we have had problems in the past. I've had discussions with passengers who insisted on having their dogs on the trains, but we've had problems with that. So I'm glad that we are, excluded from any dog problems. But the dogs in the park are a real problem. We see them all the time, even though there has been, there are signs there for, when you enter. But it's impossible to enforce. We see that. There are just too many dogs and not enough enforceable people. So we appreciate that and thank you. And we do like the plan for the park. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Anyone else? Hi, Ralph.
Yeah, I'm Ralph Thomas. I don't think having the dogs in the park on leash or off leash is a very good idea. I understand the dog park itself is a great idea. It keeps them in one specific area. We utilize Fiji Park. And there's always landmines. People should be picking that stuff up, but there's a segment in society that doesn't really clean up behind itself, and the rest of us have to put up with that. And it's not real pleasant, doesn't smell good. You step in it, we've got a dog, and so understand that, but we try to clean up after our animals too. So I just object to have the dogs in, especially Mill Park. There's other places people can take them. If ends up being a dog park in Mill Park, that's great. Keep them in that area instead of on the grass, because a lot of people are out there on the grass, and that's really what it's intended for. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other public comment on this item? Okay, then we'll bring it back up here for a decision and stuff. So just so that Mr. French asked or thought that the agenda would not allow us for this discussion, just want to let you know that's not correct. The agenda title is a discussion of the dog rules and amendments to the dog rules. So we can consider anything that's within the dog rules. Supervisor White, you got a question? Comment?
I wanted to wait till everybody had pretty well chimed in for this particular comment. One of my concerns when this originally came to us, that it was not simple and easy to follow. I pointed out several situations where if you make something confusing, if you make it where the people have to go to a website to find out where they can take their dogs, they're just going to ignore the whole thing. I think this discussion points that out today. We have an item before us that started out simply as Mills Park. As the item is opened, now we have two other parks to talk about. There is an overarching issue with this entire policy in that it is not simple and easy to understand. And the fact that we're back here asking to make an adjustment to something that is less than 3 months old is a good example of the basic problem with this policy.
Thank you. Supervisor Schutte.
Couple of things. Respectfully, I think making adjustments as one goes along it's appropriate, especially early on in trying to figure out something like this, because we can learn kind of what's working, what isn't working, and how to best meet the needs and the wants and the desires of folks in the community, both who have dogs, want dogs, and also those who don't have dogs, who don't want dogs, and then the concerns in the middle, because nothing, there's always overlap. I do appreciate your comments regarding the dogs on leash within Mills Park, the trees and peeing on the trees and those things. And so I'm trying to think about how to best mitigate this, because with the dog park, when folks bring their dogs, then perhaps they might want to have a picnic or something. So I'm wondering if, and this just might be muddying waters, and I apologize for that, but the area within Sealy Loop, you have the dog parks, but then that other area outside of the fence, if that could be the on-leash area, if you will.
That's what it is.
No, on leash outside of the fence for the dog
Yeah,
park. Okay,
that's
but
what it
then the
is.
other area, the rest of the park, be
On
no
leash.
leash. That's, I'm just trying to think about that, but I don't know if that just muddies waters too much, if it makes it too difficult. But I think it's fair to talk about, that way we can say that we're really looking at different ideas. So, Jennifer, would you mind commenting on that? And please be candid.
Thank you, Supervisor Schutte. Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. I mean, I appreciate trying to look at it a different way. I fear that it would be too difficult to enforce, just as it's difficult to enforce now. Even if we had a park ranger there all the time, 24 hours a day, I don't know that we would be able to make that happen. We had that at Long Ranch. There's a sign, you know, and like the dogs can read the sign, oh, now where you can have your dog off a leash. It would just be easier if the whole park was off leash and we fenced the playground area was the mitigation, just so it's easier for the public to understand, especially new visitors to the park. I strongly believe that we need to have the entire park on leash, except for the designated area. That would be my recommendation, but obviously we will do whatever the board's direction is. I think it would just be easier for the public to understand if we don't have pockets of certain use and then it changes. I think that would create additional confusion that might not be warranted, and I think it would be time-consuming for our park rangers and our maintenance staff that are constantly consumed with this issue on a daily basis now. And we don't even allow dogs, but they spend hours and hours addressing this issue with the public.
Well, I
Because it is
agree with
ignored.
you, and I thank
So-
you. And I think it's important that we discuss the different options, and more importantly than that, the whys behind how we're getting to where we are. So thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Giomi, are you ready to try a motion?
Take a stab at it.
All right.
We'll see if I can get past Mr. Yu. I move to approve the amendments to the dog park rules and regulations policy and to adopt resolution number 2023-R-3. Furthermore, to authorize the district attorney's office to make conforming changes to add Steinheimer Park to an off-leash park. And further, to authorize staff to update the park system list and map as new fenced dog parks are added to the system in the future.
Second?
I second.
Get a thumbs up.
See, we're getting practiced up here. It's scary, huh? Yeah. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect the vote was 4-1 with Supervisor White voting no. Okay, we're going to take we'll be back at 20 after, so we'll take a recess. Thank you. Board of Supervisors back to order. Sorry it's cool in here, but maybe never mind, it was going to come out wrong. I won't say it, blow a bunch of hot air and help us out in here, right? It's cold. Okay, we're on agenda item 16A. So we're going to talk about our East William Street Complete Street Project. Mr. Rice, are you going to start us off?
I will. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Randy Rice, City Engineer for the record. So today we're here to bring you some updates on the East William Complete Streets Project 60% update. Just a quick reminder, this project has been going on for the better part of a year now. The goal of this project is to transform East William Street between North Carson Street and the I-580 interchange. We've heard a lot of comments about the corridor being busy, congested, unsafe. We're trying to provide multimodal access for folks that don't just drive vehicles through here, right? Folks that ride bicycles, take the bus. We're working with our transportation division to try to get a bus route through this corridor and incorporate bus pullouts for those features. So what have we been up to since now? We've been working on the 60% design. We're currently taking feedback from staff, incorporating that in towards the next stage, which will be 90%. We've had a public meeting on February 7th, which I think we had about 45 in attendance there, had a lot of great feedback. See a few people in this room that provided feedback at that meeting, as well as some supervisors as well. We've also been coordinating with NDOT and FHWA. We have several documents, the draft environmental documents that we have to include with this project are in that as well. And there's also an LPA agreement for the funding that's coming with some of this. We've identified right-of-way needs. We also have another consultant we've brought onto this to help work with the affected business owners where we might need to acquire permanent and temporary easements to facilitate construction and some of the design revisions that are coming. And then we've also been talking with a number of those business owners to understand some of their concerns about the proposed improvements. We have made some adjustments based on those conversations. A lot of the medians have been a point of contention for some of the businesses. So we've been pushing our engineering firm hard to help us relook at those, make different considerations. We have modified, looked at removing a number of those as well because of those conversations. So today we're going to be talking about where we're at with the 60% design concept. Darren will talk about what we learned at that public meeting. We'll tell you the update, what the discussion was with the RTC on the 3 options for the Mills Park crossing, and then we'll give you a brief update on where we stand with the timeline of the project. So with that, I'll turn it over to Angie, who is our design consultant with NCE, to talk about the different parts of the project.
Thanks, Randy. Angie Heffley for the record. I'm going to be walking you through the improvements of the East William Street project. We're going to be starting at North Carson Street and making our way east through the corridor. First, what you will see is the existing conditions, and then the next slide will show the proposed improvements on top of that. And before I get started, I do want to point out you're not going to see everything that we're doing underground. So in addition to what you're going to see today, we're upgrading the water lines, we're upgrading the sewer lines, we're also installing storm drain to take care of some drainage issues that are out there, as well as undergrounding the overhead utilities and installing conduit for ITS, for intelligent transportation systems. So starting at North Carson Street to Stewart, you'll see we're removing 1 eastbound lane. We're also installing landscape areas, pedestrian improvements, improving the lighting, and including bike lanes in both directions. We also have a traffic calming median at North Plaza Street. And we're also doing signal improvements. So at each intersection, you'll see a picture of a signal that includes signal modifications that we will be doing. I also want to point out next to landscape areas, there's a brown area. We don't have that called out. That's our low impact development area. That is where we'll be taking storm drain. We'll have an infiltration layer. On top, we'll have gravel and some vegetation that is suitable for those areas. Next is Stewart to Roop. In this area, we will be adding a dedicated right turn lane from North Stewart Street, turning east onto William Street. We will be improving the street lighting. We'll be adding a bus stop at the Smiths. We'll be able to continue the bike lanes in each direction, and then we also have a traffic calming median at North Walsh Street. Next is Roop to Mills Park. In this area, we're going to be improving the multi-use path. So we're going to have a wide path that continues through there, as well as street lighting. We're going to be able to improve the landscaping, install another bus stop. In this area, it's wide enough we can get buffered bike lanes in, which means the bike lanes will be separated from the vehicles by 3 feet. We'll also be adding parking and electric vehicle charging stations at Mills Park. Continuing east along Mills Park, continuing the buffered bike lanes, the existing median that's there, we're going to widen that and enhance the landscaping through there and improve the street lighting. On the north side of the road, we're going to be installing new sidewalk, new pedestrian improvements, and landscape areas. And a crosswalk will be added with a pedestrian activated flasher. We have a slide coming up towards the end of the presentation that talks about the options for the location of the crosswalk. And then also additional parking at the east end of the park. And continuing east as we get towards Salomon, continuing the buffered bike lanes, landscape areas, more bus stops. Those bus stops are going to be, those are subject to change right now because we're going to place them where the crosswalk ends up. So those will be located near the crosswalk at Mills Park. And continuing to improve the multi-use path. You'll see on the north side of the road, less pedestrian improvements. This area is pretty well built out in here, and we'll just be doing some ADA improvements and providing some connectivity where sidewalk may be missing. We will also be removing one left turn lane that turns north onto Salomon. Salomon to east of Rand, landscape areas. You'll notice on the north side of the road, the curb realignment. The area in here is really wide, so we actually have the opportunity to shift the curb a little further south, to narrow the roadway up, to enhance the traffic calming. And in doing that, we're able to install quite a bit of landscaping through this area. We also have a traffic calming median at Rand Street, as well as another bus stop, more bus stops. At the end, please. Humboldt to Gold West Way, continuing to improve the landscape areas and have our buffered bike lanes. We will actually be removing the median that's in front of El Pollo Loco and installing a median just east of Humboldt Lane. We'll also be including a dedicated right turn lane to turn south on Gold Dust West Way. And last but not least, as we get to the east end of the project near I-580 and the NDOT right-of-way, we will have another bus stop at Gold Dust West, as well as the buffered bike lanes. And then we will be improving the bike lane striping in order to connect to the existing bike lanes that are in the NDOT right-of-way. With that, I'll turn it over to Darren.
Thanks, Angie. So Randy kind of highlighted the high points of the public meeting. It was pretty well attended. We felt with 45 people there. There was a lot of questions that came in, and it's been good for the team to consider, and we've been working through those over the last several weeks to see what can be accommodated with in consideration of design engineering best practices as well. So we listed here kind of the high points of the comments with the concern with lane width, speed limits, bike and vehicle accommodations, accessibility, the roundabout, conversation in the pedestrian bridge, as well as medians and access to businesses. Just a few of the things that we've been working on is lane widths. It looks like we can widen the lanes on the west side of the project, which are generally tighter due to the narrowed width of the corridor. We've also been looking at access to businesses with some of those smaller streets as far as permitting the left turns while still protecting some of those other movements that cause issues with accidents. One of the items that's been kind of a discussion point from the very beginning and identified as an issue has been the pedestrians crossing near Mills Park to get to events at the park. The study that was done, the traffic impact study at the very beginning of the project, identified the pedestrian crossing location to be at State Street. Since then, and with meetings that we've held, there's been comments and concerns with that location, and so the teams come up with these 3 locations as other alternates to help address some of the concerns. And we did present this to RTC, and the general direction from RTC was to go for option 2. That is also the option that the project team is recommending. And as Nick noted earlier with the Mills Park plan, we discussed that with them as well, and option 2 provides the best direction into the park as far as control of how people enter. Few benefits that just kind of highlighting why option 2 is preferred is in consideration of development that's there currently. It provides access for the businesses as far as the surf through car wash, Starbucks, that area, but it also provides access for if those empty lots were to develop, it allows flexibility for how people would be routed to that crossing. Option 3 and 1 are a little limited between existing and future development. Option 1 has some challenges as far as the grade difference from the road down into the park, and so accessibility is a concern, and it would be more expensive to provide accommodations for the route through the parking lot into Mills Park. And then the option 3 is closer to the intersection of Solomon Road, where option 2 is pretty close to the center between the signals at Roop Street and Solomon Road. So it gives a little more time for vehicles that are traveling through the corridor to not stop at the signal, then stop at the pedestrian crossing, and then continue and stop at the next light. Going over a few of the next steps we have coming up, the plan is to work towards 90% design, and that's going to be in the summer of 2023, and then final design towards the end of summer of 2023. Once that's complete, we have quite a process as far as approving or getting approval from FHWA and NDOT to proceed to bid. And then through the bid process timeframe, as well as after bids are received, we then go back to FHWA and NDOT for approval to construct. So we see that being over probably 5-6 month period. And so start of construction would be early 2024. A few other items also we're working on is the obtaining of easements. There's several through the corridor for the improvements along the sidewalk and modifications to driveways. We also have to complete the environmental review. And as mentioned with FHWA, there's a grant agreement and coordination with property owners as we work through 90% design. We do plan to come back at the 90% stage to present to RAC, RTC, and the Board of Supervisors. And then as far as the future, the coordination with the public, we have the construction impacts meeting that's coming up once we put the project out to bid and have a contractor on board to help discuss the phasing and impacts to businesses. Here we've listed just a few of the project communication tools. The website there, carsonproud.com, has the project as well as others that the city's working on. We'll post an update every so often on the website that just says what we're up to. And if you sign up for the texting service that's listed there and list Carson Proud to that number, you'll be signed up to receive texts, and that will generally say that an update's been posted on the site and to go look at it. And then my contact information's here for anybody that's has any questions, or and therefore feel free to email or call myself. So that ends our presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Darren. Supervisor Gielmi?
And can we go back to the option 2, the crosswalk option map for a quick sec? I was just trying to look at that in relationship to there's 3 parcels right there, and the 2 parcels are long and narrow that are to the east, and they're owned by the same party, and then there's 1 parcel to the west. I guess I'm just kind of curious, since there's no development there, how that lines up, because they're going to have the ability to put a driveway in. There's going to have to be a driveway somewhere. So that means that if we put a crosswalk somewhere, they're going to have to design around the crosswalk, basically, right? I mean, have we talked to them? I guess that's one of the questions. Obviously, we don't want to have to move our crosswalk once we put it in, and that's what I'm getting at.
No, excellent question, Supervisor Giomi. And Darren can correct me if I'm wrong, but that did come up in our thought process. I believe the location of the meeting on the north side of, or excuse me, the crosswalk on the north side of the street is exactly at the
parcel
property line because of that exact reason.
Okay.
And
Perfect.
fortunately, that lines up exactly where that entrance point is. We
Right.
work with Parks as well on the receiving side. So we did factor that into our thought process.
Excellent. That's great. Thank you for doing that. Can we go back to the Solomon to East Rand section? So a couple of things. Right now, it's possible to make a left out of that shopping center where Dutch Brothers and Subway is, which definitely causes an issue. And I'm sorry?
Porta subs.
Yeah, what did I say?
Subway,
Oh,
sorry.
Sorry. Thank you. Porta Subs and Dutch Brothers. So it's possible to make a left out of there, which is, I mean, I've made a left. It is problematic. And the same thing going from Rand eastbound. So this would then, the purpose of that median then is to stop that kind of motion, right? I mean, it would be a right turn only out of the strip mall and it'd be right only out of Rand as well, right? That would be the idea.
Yeah, so that's correct. Of course, in modern standards, a lot of these points of ingress and egress would not be allowed.
Right.
Right. But also we have to understand the needs of the business, right? Our goal with this project is to try to accommodate them to the extent practical. And so while there may be some business operation modifications that need to happen, some new education with their customers, how they enter and exit the businesses, we've tried to still keep, some of those turns available. So for example, the point of ingress and egress further to the west would still allow that left turn if the traffic conditions were safe enough to permit that
Further
turn.
to the would allow.
I'm sorry, to the
there's
east,
two
to the east.
driveways.
To the east,
Yes,
yes.
sorry, to the
Correct.
east. Yes, at Dutch
Right,
Brothers.
so you could go to Dutch Brothers and still make a left-hand turn.
That's right. You would just have to go
westbound.
further down into the parking lot.
Okay.
Yep.
Good, I appreciate that. The only other, I do have another comment. On the light, I know there was a lot of discussion about there's going to be a flashing pedestrian light. I guess I would just have you really look at what that looks like, because I'm worried that there's a fair amount of traffic here. If we have an event at Mills Park, there will be a time when that flashing light is going to back up traffic. Because I can see some mischievous individuals, maybe the five of us are taking a walk and Mo decides he's going to go first and he presses a button and I decide I'm going to wait till he gets across and then I'm going to press the button. And then, Supervisor Horton's going to say, well, heck with that, I'm going to wait and press So pretty soon you've got people who decide to play with a light. And so there either needs to be a sort of a lockout so that the pedestrian realizes with a sign that says, hey, you're going to get to cross, but it's no different than waiting in my mind, it's no different than waiting at a traffic signal where you're a pedestrian, you press the button and you wait till your turn comes up. And I think we need something like that here. Otherwise, at big events at Mills Park, it's going to really play havoc with traffic. I'm familiar with an intersection in Las Vegas that has a similar system, but it's actually a flashing red light. It's not the yellow light, it's a flashing red. And the sign says, stop and proceed if there's no traffic in the intersection. Something similar to that. I can take a picture of it next time I'm down there and send it to you. Something like that might be really helpful. A flashing red means you have to stop. You can look and proceed. That's what a flashing red light means. And something like that might work. There's also a lockout for pedestrians, and it says, press the button, wait till the light turns green for you to walk. So that, I really think we need to look at how we do that, and I don't know that would add that much cost, to the process. And the last thing I would ask you is that there's a lot of things that happen on this kind of stuff. So if you could make it a point as you're making changes between this meeting and when you come back to us for the 90%, and tell us what's changed. So we're clear about that, just because it's sometimes hard for us to remember all of those things between now and the different comments we get. And finally, I give you guys kudos for the public meetings that I attended. You did a fantastic job, and I really appreciate your efforts. It is, it's like the Mills Park Master Plan. It's trying to get 50,000 opinions into paper. And I know it's an effort, and I appreciate listening to the community and managing it the way you did. Thank you.
Very good. Yeah, we'll make sure we look into that. Just a couple of comments on the flashing beacon. I have had some conversations with our transportation department. So I'm certainly not saying no at this time, but I know there are some strong feelings from our transportation manager about following MUTCD. Some of those some of the flashing beacons that you described, unfortunately, are not adopted yet by MUTCD and some of the DOTs. Some of the cities decide to use those regardless, and they kind of do so at their own risk. But just throwing that out there, I know our transportation group has evaluated some of the timed or the more the signal style crossings. I'm not sure we're ready to adopt those quite yet. Another idea to kind of factor into your thinking there is when we have consistency, being we've used RRFBs throughout the city consistently, people know what to expect. And so that is one kind of cornerstone of safety and kind of traffic engineering is having consistent lights and consistent tools in our tool belt so that we don't have, we talked about the dog leash issue earlier, right? When you have policies that are all over the place and they have 50 different tools in the tool belt, that might sound really good on paper, but in implementation, it's actually very difficult. It confuses motorists, it confuses pedestrians. So just want to throw that out there. If you don't necessarily see some of those ideas incorporated, those are some of the reasons why, but we will definitely take those comments to heart.
Okay. I mean, I understand that. And I guess I would also say to you that, not everything in that manual works for every community. And I think it's important that we do what's right for our community. And I'm certainly not suggesting we compromise anybody's safety. It's not what I'm suggesting.
Supervisor White.
Thank you. I guess since we're talking about crosswalks, I'll start there. The idea of this flashing beacon for the pedestrians, I would suggest that because you have those traffic calming things in the middle with a pedestrian island, pedestrians only have to manage 2 lanes coming from a single direction to get to the island. I don't see the need for the beacon because we already see the scenario Supervisor Giomi pointed out. Yeah, however, tongue-tied here today. That already happens downtown in front of the legislature. So it's going to continue here. We saw the same scenario at the roundabout in front of the high school in Carson Valley. Half a dozen kids got together and decided to just drive around in circles. I thought it was kind of funny, but the sheriff's department didn't. So I don't think we need a beacon there. As far as the location, I'm certainly glad you thought about putting it on the property lines. I would say that because that intersection at Solomon is oftentimes a disaster, and frankly, I really don't see this changing that because of the nature of the folks that go in and out of the high school. I think we should strongly consider option number 1. That puts this sidewalk as far away from that intersection as possible. And the reality is the difference between option 1 and option 2 are about equal from either from Roop or from Solomon. They're about the same. So I really strongly suggest option number 1 with a good traffic island to store a number of people without the beacon. As far as the left turn to go south on Solomon, as I have seen in the last few months, can we make those storage lanes even longer? Just keep pushing them to the east because they load up. Most people want to get in that number 2 turn lane, and they're clear back into the traffic lanes. And a couple of times I've seen the number 1 turn lane is almost empty because apparently everybody wants to go to the second driveway at the high school. So I've seen people backed up out of Solomon into the intersection. they're trapped out there in the intersection. So that's my observation. If you could see if make that longer. And then back to where we were talking about at the subway. With that no left turn coming out of there, the driveway for the bank and the gas station, a left turn there across the two turn lanes and all of that is, are we going to find a way to, yeah, are we going to find a way to stop a left turn out of there as well? Because that's, I see that happen too.
Yeah, so the median, it's kind of hard to see with the depiction, but the median is not just the tier-shaped dropped concrete pad that you see there just south of Rand. It also is a nose that extends all the way to the stop bar on
Okay.
Solomon. Yep. So you will be restricted from turning left there as well.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the same concern I've had from the beginning, back at the Solomon intersection, a left turn out of the U-Haul.
At State Street.
At
It's
State Street.
already no left
No,
turn.
Not at,
Oh.
not at State Street. Right at the intersection where the U-Haul is.
Yeah, so you're saying the intersection that's on the screen here, just west of the Solomon intersection. You're worried about
Right.
left-hand turns there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Left turn there, I see that happen
Business
all the
itself.
time as well.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, these are the kinds of movements we'd like to restrict. I'm not sure if the project team has anything to add, but it's possible because of the size of the vehicles that access that, we may have opened that up and not had a restricted pork chop there. But we can certainly take that comment into consideration.
Other than that, this is a much better project than what was presented several years ago. I think we're going the right direction.
Thank you, Supervisor. And can I just ask one question on your comment? You mentioned the Q lane on Solomon. Are you talking about the two left-hand turn lanes going westbound to southbound towards the high school?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Supervisor Schutte.
Thank you. A couple of things. Darren, because can you explain that the ramp and the reasoning why staff felt that crosswalk option 1 was not preferred?
I'll start while
Alright,
he's pulling
thank
that
you.
up. Yeah, so one of the concerns with option 1 is the fact that it goes into a parking lot, right? If you can imagine somebody in a wheelchair potentially using that ramp to access, they're already low to the ground. There's heavy vegetation with trees and landscaping through that corridor. And so you're basically going to have to jog down sharp. You come off of the ramp from the north. You're going to have to turn sharp west and go down another steep ramp because the grade differential between the road and the parking lot, I think, is like in the range of 3 to 4 feet. So in order for that to be ADA friendly, we have to have a longer ramp with a gentler slope to make that transition work. Then they're going to turn sharp yet again to enter into a parking lot, which may be heavily trafficked. People are backing up, driving through, probably looking for spots, maybe not necessarily looking for pedestrians coming in because that hasn't been how that's been operating. And so staff's concern was just that we're potentially leading into an unsafe, option here where we're encouraging people to utilize this and walk right into a parking lot. Then working with parks, of course, we were looking at something maybe towards either end of that. On the west side, we felt like that was a little bit too close to the Roop side crossing, the intersection there. And so that left us with kind of this option 2, which we felt kind of was a good blend of those concerns.
Thank you. And then in terms of the signal, because I'm so intrigued by that idea, one at a time. But notice I wasn't listed in one of the culprits
I hadn't gotten to you yet.
because you knew
would've-
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I will relate back to Supervisor White's comment about what happened in Douglas County with the high school kids and how we're not that far from the high school, but I was
I
trying
understand.
not to throw them under the bus.
Regarding flashing lights, so the conversation about the signal style crossing, so are there flashing pedestrian crossings where it is, wait until you have the green hand, because I think that's a really great idea. And then also on that note, because both 1 and 2 have the island, but I know that there are some safety issues sometimes with crossing and islands. So can you address those?
Yeah, so I'll do my best. Yes, there are products out there on the market that do have like a timed, wait here, wait to go kind of a signalization, similar to what you would see at a typical signalized intersection, right? So you know when to cross. So they do have those. Again, I kind of will rehash the comments I said earlier. Our transportation group, I'm not sure if we fully bought off on the effectiveness of those. However, we will definitely go back, and since this is a hot topic, we'll make sure we have all our I's dotted on that. And if there is an option that makes sense for us, and it is, again, we agree that, just following a manual is not the way we solve problems here. We look at the people and the residents of the city to make sure we're making the best options moving forward. So we will certainly include that into our thought process. And then I think what you're referring to are the medians and the pedestrian refuge here on the crossing. So pedestrian refuge is really more of a rest station. We don't want people queuing up there and waiting. There's definitely a time period we expect people to cross, right? We don't want people hanging out in the refuge. It's more of a break period. So if you're in a wheelchair and you need, a few seconds break to catch your breath, let your muscles rest because you're wheeling up a steeper, crown of the road or something like that. It gives you a place to have kind of safety because you have that median in front of you or on both sides of you. You can kind of rest to take a minute before you proceed on the rest of your journey. I think one of the conversations that came up during RTC, which might be what you're referring to, is we have currently shown here a number of medians to the west that were originally thought to maybe be landscaping. We scrapped that idea because really what goes best there are trees or shrubs. Those are very expensive to maintain. At some point, this corridor is going to go under the effect of a NID. And so we're also trying to consider the business owners that are going to be paying into that NID and the amount of costs that would be associated with maintaining, the vegetation that comes with that. And so what you're seeing here is a concrete median. Again, we've touched on the issue of, traffic calming, right? We've had a lot of concerns or questions come up on that. So the reason these are considered traffic calming is because they narrow the perception of the driver on the road. And so when you have obstructions within the roadway visually, whether it's lane narrowing or these medians, people tend to pay more attention. One of the problems we're having in the corridor right now is people aren't following the posted speed limit. The posted speed limits are actually pretty close to what they need to be in the right locations, and we've verified that through our engineering analysis. But because the roads are very wide, in some instances further to the east, they're in the order of 13 to 15 feet wide, people tend to drift in the road. They're not paying as close attention. They might be texting or doing other things because they feel confident they can stay within their lane. When you start to restrict and narrow their vision and looking down a corridor they have to maintain, they start to become more aware of their surroundings and the objectives that they have to navigate through. And so that's the essence of what these are doing. Unfortunately, in this area, because you can see we're adding some lanes, especially with the electric vehicle charger stations, both on the east and west side of the entrances of the park, the current median actually restricts southward movement from westbound to enter into the park. And that was not our intention. So looking at how to reconfigure this going towards 90%, it's likely that in this area, we'll probably remove at least 2 of those medians because of that. We want to make sure we still have good access to the park. We don't want to go through all this effort of roadway improvements, master planning for the park, and then restrict the westbound movement. So that was just an unfortunate oversight of some of the design changes that occur rapidly through the project. So I would expect, to Supervisor Giomi's point, we'll be talking about this again at the 90% stage, and you'll likely see these either change from the way they look now or completely removed.
I think that comment leads to more advantage to option 1 on the crosswalk because it moves it away from the driveway of the parking lot.
Duly noted.
Okay. I don't see any more general comments for this item at the board level, so I'll open this up for public comment. Sorry, you'll have to vacate some chairs for some public comment. Ralph?
Yeah, I'd like to address a couple things. One of them is the crosswalk. Wherever you put it, I think option 1, even if you have to reconstruct the slopes, is probably a safer place as far as a lot of traffic. Another option is just kind of off the wall, and I've seen this before, and I'm familiar with the Federal Highways Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. You can build literally a pedestrian and vehicle intersection at that crosswalk. That's really what it is. Use standard delineage and control. Put up a red, yellow, green light there for the traffic and put up the crosswalk, wait, stop, don't walk, and the timer. And that meets federal highway standards because you're using the same traffic control and pedestrian control devices that you're using through the rest of the town. And I've seen that in some large cities where it's literally just a crosswalk with traffic controlled. It's not the push the button, light go crazy where people can keep doing that, or some modified version of that. You're actually using a standard device that everybody in this room, in this town that drives should recognize, and also the pedestrians will recognize the standard crosswalk signage. And then the other thing I wanted to mention was the landscaping. I'd recommend zero maintenance landscape as much as possible rather than irrigating a bunch of trees or shrubs or something like that. You know, we all have to watch our water usage, and if you add things that require additional irrigation out here, especially when we've got wells that may become marginal with nitrates and things like that, we could be shooting ourselves in the foot in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Needs?
Maxine Neitz. I am a civil engineer, and I find these changes to be alarming in that they will adversely impact traffic flow along the Highway 50 East corridor. It's very nice that they're going to spend tons of money on widening bike lanes, but you and I know that you're not going to make people get out of their cars and use bicycles by doing that. So that is just a waste. And what makes them think that hunks of concrete in the middle of the road are traffic calming? I ride on East Long Street quite a lot, and they've done that right there. And instead of calming me down, it makes me angry because they close that road and they spend a lot of time and money putting in 2 concrete lumps that do nothing. Okay? Narrower lanes. One of the staff people was talking about inattentive, impaired, and distracted drivers. And he said, well, they maneuver back and forth in the lane. Well, if you make the lanes narrower, they're going to move back and forth across the lane lines. And once you make that happen, you're going to have more accidents. There are going to be more multi-lane accidents. And that's going to back up traffic even further. Narrower lanes do not calm traffic in any way, shape, or form. Eliminating the right turn lane in front of Smith's, as well as several other lanes, left turn lanes, is that going to improve traffic? No, it's just going to make things back up even further. The right turn lane in front of Smith's is heavily used. These left turn lanes are heavily used. They're a good thing to have. We already have an empty lane in the middle that's used for turning. That's where they're going to put those concrete islands. So there's already a place for somebody to come halfway across and wait and then go halfway across again. I don't really understand what this whole plan is about, and I don't think it's going to be any advantage to traffic in Carson City. With all the development that we have going on in this town, traffic is going to increase. If you squish down Highway 50, eliminating lanes, eliminating left turn and right turn lanes, throwing concrete blocks in the middle of the road, you're just going to have more traffic, more accidents. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other public comment? Okay, then I'll bring it back up to this board for further discussion. And I do want to put something on the record, and I know Maxine's going to fall out of her chair, but I actually agree and with some of her statements that she just made. I questioned during RTC the medians. I thought they are not good for snowplows. I don't like the median on East Long Street either. I don't think it's worked. I just don't think they work. I think they are going to cause more problems I've also stressed that cutting out all the left-hand turns coming out of State Street, the businesses, that I agree that the traffic flow and the training of all the people using this street is going to be high because we're going to be changing turns throughout the entire corridor. There's a lot of changes in this. One of the things that staff brought up, and it kind of fits something that Supervisor Schutte said during the last discussion, is the type or the ability to change if we got something not quite right. Was the ability for those medians, and it's not very expensive to take them up. And maybe you can come up and talk a little bit about that, because I think it's important, or it was to me. So I think I've been very consistent in my comments at the 30% design, 60% design, that I'm concerned about traffic flow. And traffic flow matters to the pedestrian and the bicyclist. So I still believe in a complete street, but if you're forcing cars to do things that aren't in the norm, the car is going to hurt someone else. So it all has to work. And so can you talk about what we did at RTC when you talked about the ability to change pieces of this project if it really isn't working?
Yeah, so of course, we're always trying to learn, right? Understand traffic patterns, people patterns, right? That's really the nature of this job. So we're taking a snippet in time now. We're trying to project traffic usage over the next 20 years. So over the course of the next 20 years, we're going to learn more about this corridor and how it's operating, and we may have other modifications that need to happen, right? Just like we are now, we have basically a road that was a major thoroughfare and a highway, and we're changing into more of a complete streets because we have more development occurring. And unfortunately, because the way the parcels are laid out and the way the ownership is laid out in this, we can't truly have a complete street by the definition of a street, right? We kind of have something in between a street and a road. That came up during the public meeting. Someone asked, are you building a road? In essence, we somewhat are. And because the corridor already has limitations or constraints to the road that we really have to navigate around. Otherwise we're looking at condemnation, buying out businesses, tearing down businesses to make this truly a neighborhood complete street. And that's not the intent of this project. To answer your question, Mayor, you mentioned the medians at State Street. So originally, or typically, what we would do is we would pave the road. We would cut out those parts of the road to install the median, come back to the form work, and then put in the concrete. So for this, what we can do is we can modify the design to have what's called a glue-down median, which does not include saw cutting of the road after it's been paved and just pouring the concrete and forming it right on top of the road. And those are a lot easier to remove. So as this corridor progresses, and a few years from now, if we just realize, once the U-Haul, that new 3-story building that comes in, these new developments here across from Mills Park, if we realize something is just not working with these new developments, or if we need to include some conditions on the new development to remove medians, or make that a condition of new development, we could potentially do that in the future. So we'll try to make this as painless as possible. So if we do have new learnings, again, just like anything else, we don't always get everything perfect, right? We do the best we can with the information we have now, but we can certainly adjust in the future.
Thank you. Is anybody else? Any other comments? Anybody? Okay. Somebody want? Ms. Schutte?
Sorry, I just, listening to the different crosswalk, it is difficult because initially at RTC, I was leaning toward one just because of the location. But in hearing about the ramp and the accessibility and then crossing the parking lot as well, in that regard, I lean toward option 2, but I will be voting on this project.
So
Yes.
I'll comment on that too. If you consider that area and the use and what residents are crossing, I admit, everybody already knows I'm a Starbucks lover, so that's just how it is. But I'm telling you, I see every day people in wheelchairs. It's probably one of the most um, wheelchair active area in our community. And so for that reason, I want to select crosswalk 2 because I don't think that I want to see people in wheelchairs that are lower to the ground with cars backing up in a parking lot. I just think that it's not good for again, it's not a good mix. They go to get to Walgreens to get prescriptions and do things. And so I think for the overall safety of everyone utilizing the crosswalks, our better option is 2. Plus on crosswalk 1, if I remembered the discussion, a lot of it would require the person in a wheelchair to go backwards to be able to get up the ramp. Because again, it's not flat enough for them to just wheel straight across. So we have to consider who's using those crosswalks. So I think while I liked option 1 for its distance between Solomon and Roop, I liked that the best. I did for the distance. But considering who's utilizing the crosswalk, I think the better answer is 2. So.
Well, I would say that having spent some time in my life in a wheelchair, a properly constructed wheelchair does not cause you to go up it backwards. It just doesn't.
That's what they're doing.
I don't know.
I think the conversation there, we were talking about pedestrian bridges. That was the conversation. That was just my experience that I had observed because my family was in part of Reno, was next to the Audi Boulevard pedestrian bridge, and I had seen that personally with my experience. So I don't expect necessarily people to be going backwards up this ramp. It's just this one, the downsides to it were the cost to construct, right? We were looking at potentially retaining wall. So rather than having like a $20,000 to $30,000 crossing, we're looking at a $50,000 to $75,000 crossing because of the infrastructure needed to support the new construction. And so because of those reasons, staff went through a very similar thought process, right? Well, this one's a little bit closer. It's more centric. That's why option 1 was even up there. But when we weighed the pros and cons, we just felt like from a safety standpoint, from a constructability and cost standpoint, 2 slightly outweighed, number 1. And I don't think anyone's sitting up here saying, oh, it's definitely 2. 2 is definitely 1,000% better. Nobody's saying that, right? It could really go either way. We just felt like with the proximity of the businesses, trying to accommodate future development, we looked at all those things that I think 2 just eked out 1 by just a hair. So,
Well, and honestly, for me, it's pretty much a toss-up, other than option 1 gets you further away from the intersection at Solomon. And for those folks that are running their wheelchairs out in the traffic area, they really need to have that orange triangle flag flying. You're just making a big mistake if you're not protecting yourself.
Okay. Well, it's in our, anybody want to make a motion, another comment? Supervisor Schutte, a motion.
I move to approve the 60% design of the East William Street Complete Streets project and authorize staff to advance the project to the 90% design stage. Do I need to comment on the sidewalk at this point, or?
The crosswalk?
Or the crosswalk, rather, with option 2 as the preferred location of the crosswalk.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect the motion was unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we're now on to agenda item 16B, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution for waiving of residential sewer connection fees and related permit inspection fees for the properties for the newly extended sewer main lines. Who's Randy, are you gonna?
yeah, I'll kick us off here if I could just have a brief moment to pull up some documentation. Okay, sorry, that was kind of a disaster getting ready.
It's all right.
So today, Randy Wright, City Engineer for the record. Today, we're here to present a proposed resolution which outlines the specifics of the Southeast Area Sewer Extension Project. As you already know, the groundwater contamination in parts of Carson City has been a concern for over 30 years. To date, 9 phases of the Southeast region have been completed. The city is developing a plan to finish the remaining 3 phases. Similar to previous phases, the city has offered an incentive period, which waives connection and permitting fees to those that connect to the municipal sewer system within a timely period, as well as a maximum period of time to connect. In this resolution, we have also laid out the ground rules to the program, including a procedure to record a notice of available sewer connection to the property's title. The goal of this requirement is to make sure potential buyers are aware of the resolution and requirements of connection to municipal sewer in the future, and to encourage connection if those affected do not abide by the rules set forth by this board. Staff has also developed a procedure to modify this recordation once certain conditions are met. Staff are proposing an amendment to the proposed resolution, which would be included on page 324 of your packet under section 6. I'll give you just a moment if you would like to flip there, but we're also going to pull it up here on the screen for you to read. So under paragraph 6, the recommended change is going to be upon request from parcel owners that have either A, properly abandoned their septic system and connected to the municipal sewer system, or B, secured an exception under CCMC 12.05.020 subsection 2A. The city's Public Works Department shall record another notice on the parcel indicating that the mandatory sewer connection has been made or excused for the time being under CCMC 12.05.22A as applicable. Additionally, staff have fielded a handful of concerns from citizens in the neighborhood regarding the validity of the data and past and present engineering reports, as well as their specific inclusion into the program. I just wanted to ensure the board that the reports are valid, the data, the sampling, the testing, and analysis were all done with the best interests of Carson City in mind. While there may be other factors that increase the nitrates in the area, the most likely source of contamination is from the existence of high-density septic systems in this area. One comment that may come up during public comment is during the public meeting back in November, staff was working towards the potential to not require connection right away. As the project progressed, we learned from other factors and through past resolutions that that was required. And so unfortunately, we might have jumped the gun there a little bit, so we apologize for that confusion. But that is a discussion point for today in the resolution as to what those periods should be, both for the incentive period and for the mandatory connection period. So with that, we're here to answer any questions to the best of our ability.
So let's start with the recommended, and I appreciate again, we get public comment that comes in prior to the meetings here, and we like to try and address those issues besides the ones that you bring forward. Why is it upon request from a parcel owner? Because when just this question, when they hook up to the sewers, except for the section 12 exclusion, when they hook up to the utility, why would we not automatically then do it? Why does the homeowner have to ask us to release their lien? Should be
Adam Tully,
automatic.
Deputy District Attorney for the record, mostly because of the exception under CCMC 12.05.020. It requires affirmative action by the homeowner to request that exception. So rather than setting forth 2 different standards, everyone's got the incentive to make the request. So they request it, we record it.
I'm just not comfortable. Is there any way upon request, or I want us to automatically lift their liens if they hook up on the utility?
That's doable.
I think we can have a proactive role of doing that.
Yes, that's doable.
Right? And so think about it for a moment or two or whatever as we talk through this, but I don't want that to slip through, that they hooked up, they did everything they were supposed to do, and they forgot to say, give me a lien release. It should, we know and have identified what properties these are. We certainly, when they come in and have to now start paying $43 a month for their sewer, we know it and should release those liens.
Sure.
So
I'll
You
just
can-
note though, just because I'm an attorney, they're not liens.
Okay,
They're just
notices,
informational notices.
notices.
But sure, yes.
But again, they're gonna need
Understood.
think about it for a
Yep.
moment. I don't want to put the onus only on them. I want us to have the opportunity to record that it's been done. So, and then just in discussion, can you tell me on the prior 9 projects, what was the incentive period and the mandatory period on those ones?
So from our records, it looks like it was 24 months for the incentive period and 36 months for the mandatory connection period.
Right. And so then I think our discussion here is the first 9 projects were done because they were easier topography, if that's a good, right? They were easier to access, easier to get done. And so still hard on the homeowners of those properties that also had to mandatorily do this. So, but these are a little tougher topography. And so the expense for this group is probably comparatively, more expensive. And so our thoughts up here is what we want to set those. So the other 9 had 24 and 36. The question is, do we want to give this a little longer period to give them maybe 36 and 48 so they can save up, because they're going to have to, if they want to, I mean, it's up to the individual, but should we stretch that a little bit from the standard 24 and give this more difficult area 36 months and 48, or stick to the normal? Any ideas? Supervisor Gioni.
I guess to that specific question, why not make them equal? Why not say 48 months on each? I mean, if someone is going to need to connect, knowing that the incentive remains for as long as they have to do it, gives them the opportunity to save to that amount, knowing that that fee does not have to be paid. I throw that out there. Just a few questions that I had that came up from folks that I talked to. One of the concerns that someone mentioned to me is invalidating their septic permit. Is that something we've always done? Did we do that in the other phases?
So by nature, all septic permits in Carson City are temporary. That comes from NRS, and CCMC reflects that NRS 444 code. And so I believe, and I'm happy to have Andy Hummel, our wastewater director or utility manager, come up and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the nature of that is because the state can change the rules at any time, right? And really we're just susceptible to whatever the state changes the law to be. And so that is the nature of the temporary permit. Doesn't mean you can't operate your septic or nothing's really changing. It just means that your permit is temporary in nature and can be revoked at any time if the laws change.
So what's the practicality of that? I mean, I guess, it makes a home unsellable necessarily.
I think the practicality is it's just putting the permittee on notice that if the state changes the rules, you're not entitled to this indefinitely. I think they're trying to keep in mind the fact that, there are contaminants, there are a problem with septic, and as these problems come to light, they need to be able to adjust and move to correct those situations.
Okay. Have we enforced it in the past? Have we been enforcing it in the other areas, the mandatory connection?
Enforce the permit to go away, or?
No, enforce the connection.
Yeah, so that's an excellent question. My understanding is that to date, the areas that we've performed this conversion project on, the previous 9 phases, we've had over a 90% conversion rate in those areas. There are still some outliers. We were combing through the data this morning. I understand that there are some undeveloped parcels that are accounted for, the ones that don't have connections. So the data may swing a few percent either way, so we might be low or high depending on how those were counted. But I am working with the DA currently. I don't know if we have a great path forward today, but we certainly don't want to have the new folks coming on to this phase be treated differently than the folks in the previous phase. So I believe there might be some statute of limitation concerns that the DA had about being able to go back that far in time. So we are continuing to look at potentially offering that notice period again. So starting that notice period again and getting the people that have not connected back on that same train so we can track everyone together, if that makes sense.
I
So
appreciate that too.
Yep.
I think that I want to make sure we're not treating this group differently with a, concern to the regulations. Have we done this title recordation notice in the past?
my understanding is we have not. And again, this is partly a learning experience for us.
Sure.
So to go back to your last comment, right, we still have a handful of folks that have not connected. And we don't really have a lot of great enforcement mechanisms without those proper procedures in place. So I think this is one way to help rectify that, right? Just to put people on notice. And again, one of the things we have a challenge with on the development side of our engineering program is making sure that future buyers are aware of any encumbrances or issues with the properties that they're buying or developing. And oftentimes we get that as a complaint. Water main extensions are one of them. I know we've been in front of this board and different planning commissions about some of the concerns on those issues, right? This is similar in that nature, that we don't want the future buyer to come in, you know, blindfolded, not knowing what they're stepping into. So it's really just a courtesy. It's not meant to be a stick or, you know, anything like that. It's just, hey, here's what's going on with this property. It's involved in this conversion project. So buyer just be notified.
Can you talk briefly, this is my last comment for now, about the impetus to start all of this and why we're still here?
So I'll give you my best rendition. You know, we obviously had been doing some testing municipally through our wells. And at the time, you know, back in the 90s, we had a number of people on domestic wells. They weren't necessarily on the municipal system. And so there are testing requirements that go along with that. Staff were testing it, homeowners were testing it, and we were collecting data. That data indicated the presence of a higher rate of nitrate than we would normally see in just typical groundwater. And so that caused the NDEP and other engineering firms to be contacted to kind of study this area. During those studies, we found that yes, the nitrates were higher than anticipated or where they were supposed to be. So we started addressing that with that 12-phase program. We came up with a resolution in 1995. I think that was R31 of 95, where we had basically what you see in front of you is almost unchanged. I mean, it's very similar in nature, what you're seeing. We did it again in 2004. There have been some nuances along the way. Some of the records are not great, which, you know, is not ideal, but, you know, at some point there might have been some financing options available and some other things, I think early on in the project, but that has not been propagated the last 20 years. We also used to charge, like, I think a $750 reimbursement fee to the customer for providing the lateral location at that point to the property line. We were not asking for that in this particular one. So things have changed, but anyways, that's how we've gotten here. Is we've found the nitrates, we've tested the system. We're in a situation where the nitrates exceed the limit. I believe the data I looked at previously from like 2018 to 2022. When you start up a well, we typically let the wells rest for the winter, and we start them up during summer months. The nitrates are in the range of like 15 to 18 range, and then as you pump those down, what happens when you fire up the well and put it in operation, you have to pump that well to waste. We have to waste that water continuously 24 hours a day for more than 30 days. So we're talking about millions of gallons of water that have to go to waste in order to lower the natural nitrates in that well as it's getting blended and pumped out through the system, because the nitrates tend to accumulate at the well screen and they get pumped up as we test them. So we test them right before we fire up the well, and then we test it continuously to make sure that the water is safe before we get it into the system. So that's the.
And what is that, the number you gave above what is acceptable?
So the regulatory threshold or recommended limit is 10 milligrams per liter, and we don't start pumping water into the distribution network until it's under 5, or at least that's our goal. Some wells we can't do that. We'll get it to under 8, and then we'll continually test. One of the things I've mentioned in previous discussions and public comment and whatnot are it's very expensive and time consuming on staff to go there and check every single week. So in this instance, one of the wells, it's more cost effective just to shut the well down until we can remedy the situation.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have a question, comment? Supervisor Schutte?
I just have a question. If it was about the secured and exemption under CCMC, how has that been done in the past, or what would lead to an exemption?
So the only exemption is for properties that are lower than the gravity system, which would then require the individual home to pump. So using a lift station to pump their sewage from their home into the gravity system. So one thing we've worked really hard with a lot of the residents here is to try to accommodate different variations in the system. Typically, we like to have the sewer within right-of-way. That ensures we have plenty of access to get our larger vehicles in there, because oftentimes we'll have big excavators, Vector trucks, haul trucks to remove material, to do repairs, especially when we're doing dig and replace. With smaller lines, one of the options that we can do is go into backyards with a sewer easement. It's not our preferred alternative. However, it can save costs to the residents. So rather than putting in a deep sewer in the road and requiring the residents to connect using a deep lateral, we can put them in the backyards, have a much shallower lateral, 3 to 4 feet just below the frost line, still achieve flow by gravity and not require a lift station. That is not we're not capable in doing that in all situations. So for this project, if there was a home that there was really no solution, whether an easement or there was no way to get gravity fed lines to the property, and it's just technically infeasible, we would consider an exemption if pumping was the only alternative.
Any else questions? Okay, thank you. I'll take open for public comment. So Mr. Cisco's the only one that said ad item. He'd like public comment at this point. So you're first for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. As I said, I knew I wasn't going to get both halves of this taken care of. Real quick, where I left off, I did want to say, and agree with my neighbor here, the Public Works Department this time around has been fantastic. In 2007, when this came up, it was a basically in-your-face thing. You're going to do it. We're going to put it down the middle of the street. You're going to connect to it into discussion. This time, they've bent over backwards to try to find cost-effective solutions for us and everything else. Real quick, they did have a public meeting on November 14th. At that meeting, we took several things to them that we would like to see if ultimately this is going to go this way. Our number one choice, of course, is wait until the city has enough money to do it completely and not burden us with that. Since we were told probably that's not going to happen, we did take some alternatives to them. Number one is we would like to see 5 years to still get the incentive, a 5-year period to get the incentive that you're talking about waiving those fees. The second one was, which I don't see mentioned anywhere in this paperwork, but we did bring it up, is we're all going to go through a lot of expenses, and we're going through a lot of expenses more so than we would have back in 1994 when this was first suggested, or 2007 when it was suggested. Each time it goes up another $10,000, $11,000, $12,000. We would like to see a credit, a monthly credit on our sewer bills to cover the costs that we're going to have to incur personally in order to make this thing that's better for all the residents of Carson City. We'd like to see 50% of our sewer bill waived until such time as the costs paid by the homeowners have been reversed fully, or until transfer of the home out of the homeowner's immediate family or connected family, or a period of 10 years, whichever those occurs first. Again, we feel that we're being asked to shoulder the burden of something that's being done for the benefit of all of Carson City. And again, as I mentioned before, for something that we didn't cause or create. Like I say, when I bought my house, there was no, and thank you for correcting the word, taking the word lien out of there. I think a whole bunch of us were about to jump up and stuff, but there wasn't nothing. And I went to the city, and like I said, I have the letter here from the city that says we've inspected it, it's doing good, take care of it, and last you. There was nothing in there that says, by the way, we're going to come in one day and ask you to abandon that system. And that is part of the discussion here. You're asking us to abandon a system that we've already bought and paid for, and start paying for another system to you all, to the city sewer system, and that's why we're asking for that credit to try to reimburse us for some of those costs. Thank you very much.
Ralph?
Again, this is Ralph Thomas. Again, I'd like to thank you for all the work you've put in on this. This is not for me, but because I'm on a direct gravity line that will just go down to the new system. So mine will be less expensive than folks that have to pump or or require an easement. I'd just like to make a suggestion to the group of quid pro quo, the folks where you can get the easements, maybe consider them hooking them up basically on the project's dime to acquire those easements. That might be a way of helping some of these folks would have to pump, alleviate some of the cost basically. I know an easement is kind of a take, but in a lot of cases you do buy easements. I don't know what the cost of these hookups are going to be, but for those folks that are on the downhill side of the road, that might be an incentive to get them to move a little bit faster. This is really all about safety and, in our drinking water. I'd rather pay the price and be done with this so I don't have to worry about contaminated water in the future. And most everybody would, but finances are a problem for a lot of people right now. And so I can fully understand that, but thank you for all you've done on this.
Sue? Ms. McCune? Nope, the other way. They left it on, so it has to be green means go.
Hi, I'm Sue McCune. I'm resident of the proposed area for the sewer. First of all, I want to thank everybody for the resolution to waive fees. I mean, that was really important because when it first came to light that this was going to happen, everybody was up in arms. And Scott has been wonderful as a neighborhood advocate. And I agree with a longer period of time for months for waiver. I also want to ask, once the septic tanks are abandoned, what are the requirements to secure them and what the cost might be? Because we just don't walk away from an empty septic tank in our backyard. And also, we have a neighbor that's on a really fixed income, and from her house out to the sewer, she's going to have to bear the burden of that cost of putting that line in. And is there any type of low-income grant or anything that residents that might have a problem that want to hook up, but even within the 48 months, she might have a difficulty with that? And so that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do I have anybody else that wants to do public testimony?
Hi, I'm Nancy Scott. I'm a resident also. And I'm wondering why, for the gravity feed part with the houses that would have to pump, why the route doesn't go through the easement that goes next to my house. It's a ditch. Why doesn't the sewer line go downhill at that area?
I can have staff talk to you about any specific property. They're
Okay.
here and can do that with
Okay.
you. Absolutely. Sure, come on up. Oh, he can come too. There's another seat right next to him, so come on up.
Right, we can come up there.
Oh, green.
Green.
There you go.
My name's Cullen Schiffer, and I'm on Ethel Way in the project area. My house is potentially below grade. I've been working with Darren, and he's been really good coming to the property and coming up with some engineering solutions. The language, I would ask you to consider language in the resolution for the exemption properties, which by memory is 120502-2A, which might be my property, one that pumps. They're going to be exempt from connecting. Let's say 48 months goes by, if that's the agreed upon period. And then 10 years goes by and the regulations change, as has been noted, the state can change a UPC or something and say, you have to hook up. So that owner is now outside the incentive period. The CERC is not available to them. They're full tilt on the expense of installing the lift and paying the city the CERC and the fees. Consider some language in there that would, for those properties that are excluded there, that they still get the incentive in some form for the CERC and the fee waive that the other properties got, because they are now being required to connect because of changes to the state or federal regulations. And they were not required to connect earlier because they were exempt by the CCMC. That's all I'm asking. So consider some language like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Push the button and state your name. Perfect.
Ray Zarro, Ethelway. I also, everybody's been great about talking to us, and I'm one that they're going to put in the back of my house, and I agree with it. The only thing that I don't agree with is that now, instead of 5 feet from my existing fence in the back, they need 20 feet to service that your pipe. And if I wanted to build something back there, I couldn't build either 10 or 15 feet off of that. So there's a lot of property on my property that I lose. Okay, so now I don't have a full acre to tell whoever I'm going to sell my home to, if I ever do, that I don't have a full acre. The other thing that I want to suggest is that I heard from a contractor that's sitting right over here that the pipe now is $225 for 20 feet. 10 years ago, it was 30 feet, $30. So now I'm going to have to go down 200 feet, which is $2,000 just for the pipe, let alone digging the plumber to plumb it out and the digger and the whole thing. So here we go again. I'm asking for help on the price of doing all of this, and I'm not against it. And I agree with Scott in everything that he said, that he was saying earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do I have anyone else for public comment? Mr. Glab? It's already green.
Well, okay. My name's Tom Glab. I live on Gentry Lane, and I have 2 points. One, the vector engineering study from 1993 excluded Gentry Lane. Gentry Lane, the study ended at Conti. Gentry Lane is the next and only street east of Conti. I don't know why they decided to leave the street out, but there must have been a reason. The other thing I'd like to bring up is in the Far West report dated August 11, 2022, they have a figure 3 for well 43 nitrate concentrations. And that graph is basically a straight line up until 2017. And after 2017, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spikes in the graph ends at 2022. That doesn't look to me like it's a constant and consistent flow from septic tanks. It looks like there's something that definitely impacts it or has a negative impact, raising the nitrates, and a positive impact, lowering the nitrates. And yeah, it doesn't just seem like it's from a steady flow of septic tanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have anyone else? Public comment? Okay, then I'll bring it back up to the board for discussion and decision. I'm okay with something Supervisor Giomi said earlier with the 2 periods matching. So 48 and 48 instead of 36 and 48. If we want to give them the maximum time to be able to utilize the incentive, the waiver, that's really the answer, the waiver of the fee, and go ahead and do, I'm going to say I'm hesitant to do 48 months because I think we have a groundwater contamination issue. So I heard Mr. Cisco ask for 5 years. I just can't do that. We're trying to ensure that we have clean water. I just can't go 5 years. I think I'm already stretching myself to 48, but I'm willing to make those match for the 48 and 48. And then there was also a public comment that requested in the resolution that if they had a waiver, that they be able to, if a law changes or a rule changes, if they were subject to the waiver, that they then could come back if they had to hook up and get their incentive, their waiver of their hookup fee. I'm actually okay with that too. If an intervening rule comes in that's going to impact them, I think it's only fair they get that time to ask for the waiver. That one, I don't mind, it's on them, right? To say, uh-oh, this is all changed, you got to do it. They can come and say, please waive my hookup fee. So I don't mind conforming a change for the DA's office to figure out how to grant that exception if the law changes.
There should be a time limit on that.
Yeah, well, that's what I
A
said.
time limit once the
Oh.
waiver ends.
You're right. How long?
So if, right, I mean, so if you have the waiver and
Right.
the waiver ends, to your point, sir, you wouldn't get an indefinite period of time to connect. You would have 24 months to not have to pay the connection fee. I think that's a reasonable request because, so the waiver exists. When the waiver ceases to exist, you've got the ability to connect without paying the connection fee if you do it within 24 months. That's what I would suggest.
Okay, I could live with that.
I have a question and then a comment. The question is relative to septic tank conversion. What is the regulation and requirement, just so people know? I have a septic tank myself, so I'm just curious.
Yeah, so I think what you're getting at is when do they have to go from septic to sewer?
No,
do you
no,
do with the septic?
They've connected to sewer,
Oh.
and the septic tank is sitting there. What do you?
What the abandonment
other than
is.
turning it into a swimming pool, what can you do with it?
Yeah, well, hopefully not a swimming pool, but I guess
wouldn't
that's
choose that, but, who
user
knows?
choice maybe. So my understanding from the health department is you have to demolish the lid. You can then rinse the septic tank.
Rinse, you said?
Rinse, yep. So basically, you don't want the sewage to stay in there.
Get
Yeah.
a little dawn out, okay?
Yeah, maybe something a little more than that. Yes, but you probably want to pressure wash it and use some chemicals potentially. Then you fill it with sand and then you can bury it from there. So you don't have to actually
It's already buried.
excavate or
You just gotta fill it with sand.
cover
basically.
it up. Maybe is a
Okay.
better way of saying it.
Okay. The other comment, are there any available state low-income grants for doing any of the work that, not the connection fees, because we can waive that, but physically doing the work for some of these folks who are on Social Security or fixed incomes?
So the two comments I'll have there is there are grants out there. Unfortunately, when we looked into those, they kind of do it on an average or a zone, and HUD did not include this area as a low income area. Now, that's not to say that there aren't people affected by those circumstances. Certainly, there probably are. It's just the average of that zone did not qualify us to go after those grants. So that's why it might be different than some of the other things you might have seen in Douglas County or other situations you may have heard of. I believe there's a utility access program that we keep money in the sewer fund for situations like this. So if there are hardships and this particular individual meets those qualification standards, if they're meeting below the poverty line or whatever those standards are, and I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what those thresholds are, but if someone has those hardships and they want to reach out to us and see if they qualify for those programs, we do have some money in the sewer fund to help assist residents with those issues.
So now, another question, this is, maybe a little out of the box too, but I'll ask Stephanie and Nancy if they know. We have some unencumbered ARPA funds. Could we, it would be separate from this, we'd have to do it at a different meeting and everything else. Could we establish a low-income process for people to do that? I mean, would they have to do it within the performance period, obviously, and the loan would have to be repaid. Do you think that's, and obviously the board would have to agree and all that kind of stuff, but is that even possible? Do you
I'll
know?
have to look. I'm
Yeah.
not sure with it being private
That
property,
might
how
be the
that would
issue.
work, so, but I could look into that.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, is anybody, Supervisor White?
Thank you. CCMC 12.05.015 establishes a criteria for the construction of septic systems. I'm curious, do these current septic systems meet that criteria?
I don't have an answer for you at this time. My assumption is that these laws were introduced, typically in the 70s to the 90s. And so if these septic systems were installed at those dates, then our staff would have ensured that those compliance metrics were met.
I have recently come across a 1989 USGS nitrate study and a 2013 USGS nitrate study. I remain skeptical that these septic systems are the issue, partly because we're most of the way through this program, and yet the nitrates continue to rise. I would think that we should see some stabilizing or improvement in the nitrates if this plan since the 90s was working. We also know that since the vector study, that the prison has established that they can keep up to 2,000 horses. We know they have their dairy operation. We know that they sprinkle effluent water quite heavily on their alfalfa down there, and this is a northeasterly groundwater flow. I will also note that the vector study tells us that NEPA called for 105 septic systems per square mile. The city has allowed 400 septic systems in 1.7 miles. I would suggest that if the septic systems are in fact the issue, the city has caused this, and the city should pay for this conversion and abandonment of the septic systems. And further, I am
Please
not
don't
about,
do this. Sorry.
I am not about to support putting a black note on somebody's title to their property. I understand the concern that future purchasers might be buying into something they don't understand, but I am not about to put a black mark on somebody else's property.
Anybody else have any comments? Supervisor Schutte?
Mr. Rice, can you speak a little bit of the conversation that we had yesterday about the vector study and about the horses and all of that? Because I think it's helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem, Supervisor Schutte. So I think a lot of those conversation points lend themselves to Supervisor White's comments. You mentioned the disposal of effluent. So we actually test the effluent that we place on the prison farm fields there. It's very low in nitrates. It's on the order of non-detectable to 0.01, 0.3 milligrams per liter. So that's one point I guess to address. My understanding is that the horses out there, although the capacity is very high, they don't typically have 2,000 horses out there. They don't have the staff or the finances to accommodate 2,000 horses. And typically we see a much lower number than that. Typically when you irrigate your lawn in your house, you may all do this already. You put phosphorus and nitrogen on your lawns. Those things are critical to help, root structure and growth within your lawn. That's why farmers will use cow patties or, the feces from cows to provide those nutrients to the soil. Generally, when you have a rain event, for a good example here, you're not going to get 100% of that rain into the aquifer. A majority of that water is going to be uptaken by the roots, or it's going to result in runoff or watershed. That's why we have flooding. If the ground was able to accommodate, the 10 inches per year that we get here in northern Nevada, you would maybe see more of an impact from dairy operations or farming operations, agriculture, things like that. But the truth is, we have a lot of problems in our rivers, and it's because of the runoff, the point and non-point pollution that comes off of those agricultural uses, that we get those nitrates. So they're not going into the ground in the concentrations you would expect. These are typically from man-made efforts. There are other studies that are out there that say anywhere between 1 and 3 milligrams per liter is a very high indicator of man-made occurrence, right? So nitrates higher than 1 to 3 is not going to be from agricultural or dairy or anything like that. So we've seen this across multiple studies across the United States. The likelihood of this being because of the septic system is very, very high. You also mentioned the numbers are still going up. So a couple of things here. What if we didn't do these conversions and the numbers instead of 18 are now 45 or 100 or 200, right? So we don't know what we don't know. So to say that it's not working, I think is hard to really have proof in the pudding, so to speak, because we may have limited the amount of nitrates continuing to enter into the system. So we may have done good, but we may not have done enough. And so that's why we're here today to finish off these 3 phases, because hopefully sometime in the future, these will start to come down over time and get to a point where the nitrates are sustainable. Are we ever going to see this contamination go away? I think that'd be a fallacy to believe that we will. But we're trying to get them to a manageable level, something that we can manage with our operations, with treatment, so that future generations will have access to the water rather than shutting these wells down permanently and completely avoiding a water source or well source in the future. And it can potentially start contaminating, other sources, further to the north. As far as the city allowing the septic systems, there's no doubt here that the city allowed these septic systems, right? I mean, there's records showing that we took on the roads and the utilities for this area, or at least the easements for them. So, I mean, I guess my question for this board is, what would you have staff do, right? Because what we're trying to do is find a balance between what the ratepayers are already paying, right? So right now, the federal government through ARPA funds and CDS funding, we have $2 million from grant money, in addition to the ratepayers of Carson City are footing the bill for this project for the most part, right? And so we're trying to find equity here to make this process as easy as we can to the residents that are affected. We're offering a waiver period for connection fees. We're offering a waiver period for the permitting fees, right? And we understand that there's a burden here. Most of us that are on this project are all homeowners. We get it. We understand there's a high cost to this process. And we've also eliminated the $750 reimbursement fee, which used to be required in the previous phases. So once we provided the lateral to your property line, we would then ask for a check to come back into the sewer system in the amount of $750. 15, 20 years ago, that was a lot more money than it is today. And that helped us recuperate some of those costs. So again, we have a very difficult job here to try to find the balance between everyone here. Staff is stuck with, and you are stuck with, a situation that we didn't ask for, right? We totally appreciate the fact that, I totally agree with Mr. Sisko. We've gotten to a situation that maybe they didn't cause. But the fact of the matter is, we have to do something about it. And putting our heads in the sand is not the appropriate approach, and pushing this problem further down the road. So I think that's the crux of it here for us. We're doing our best to find the problem and resolve the problem.
Thank you. Does anybody have a further question? So maybe we can just, before we go to a motion, maybe we can discuss some of the points and see if we can have general agreement and then come to a full motion. So does everyone pretty much like the idea of the incentive period and the connection period matching? That everybody's okay with it matching? All right. So then we need to settle on the number of months. Like I said, I could go the 48, but I feel pretty stretched doing that. I just don't feel I can go anything past 48, but Everybody okay with the 48? For, everybody, oh, well, maybe this is gonna be easier than I thought. Okay, is everyone in agreement to work on letting the DAs conform some language for 24 months if your waiver goes away for your, some law change, some intervening thing that group, there's probably not too many properties
I
that
think
will be
whatever
exempt, right?
I wouldn't put too many conditions on it. If you have a waiver,
Right.
if you have a waiver, it's good. If you lose the waiver, you got 24 months. That's it.
Yeah.
Whatever
just
reason,
keep it-
if you lose the waiver, you get,
Yeah.
you could lose a waiver because Darren wakes up on the wrong side of bed one day and decides
Yeah,
to
just
cancel,
lose the
whatever the reason, because we know how he is, whatever the reason. Just kidding.
Is everybody okay with adding something in to help the waivers? Okay. Well, then maybe it was easier than I thought. The question, I want to be fair, Mr. Cisco had a plethora of options of reimbursing the homeowners and giving them half off their sewer bills or this and that for 10 years. I just can't do that. We did not do that for the first 9 phases. And so I can't do that, right? I can't do that to the entire system and the other rate payers and all of that. So I did consider it to figure that out, but I will disclose to everyone, my father was one of the very first ones that got a handy dandy notice to hook up to the sewer system, and he got to pay the $750 for the lateral. He did get his fee waived, but there was no relief in his sewer bill or any of those issues. And so I just can't see myself saying that the first 340 people that did this don't get the same benefits. So I want to be consistent and fair and just, I don't see giving them relief on their future sewer bills. Again, that's me, but nobody, okay? I just wanted to give everybody a chance to consider that. That was requested. So it looks like, are we then ready for a motion? Oh, wait, one other thing. What did you come up with, the late material language?
There you go.
Oh, let's try this. Upon proper abandonment of a septic system in connection to the municipal sewer system, the city's public works department shall record another notice of the parcel indicating that the mandatory sewer connection has been made. Additionally, upon request from parcel owners that have secured an exception under that code, the city's public works department shall record another notice on the parcel indicating. That's much better, much better. I want to relieve as much burden for the homeowners.
And then how will you
do that.
address the waiver component?
You'll have to
You'll
conform
have
that
to, you
language.
conform that in this section or?
I'll probably, Adam Tully, Deputy District Attorney, I'll probably add another subsection. So right now you'll see there's 7.
7.
So there'll be an 8th one. I'll probably move 7 down to become 8, and I'll put the conforming change at 7.
Okay,
The last thing
what else did we miss?
I wouldn't put it in a motion just because there's no way to do it, but I just would encourage staff to find whatever you can in terms of low-income assistance. I think that's a valid, comment. There's a lot of communities in Carson that have valuable houses, but that doesn't mean that the people that are in them have
Resources.
high quantities of money or resources. We've got a lot of longtime residents here whose home values they grew into, and I know that because my parents experienced that same thing. So, just because you live on an acre and have a nice house doesn't mean you have the money to do the things you need to do. So whatever we can do to help them, I'd appreciate.
I will note there's also a legislative bill that's out there that I'm hopeful, if it passes, it may give us some access into some funds too. So I'm with Supervisor Giomi. We're going to be continually looking for ways to help you. We are. If there's a grant out there or money or something that we're eligible to get, we'll aggressively try to find that. Absolutely. Okay. Supervisor
And to
Schutte?
build on both of your comments, perhaps some flexibility in access to assistance. Just because this is such a difficult and unusual situation, and it was, it is the last phase because of the difficulty, and so I think it could be a fair mitigation with some of the flexibility to access. I don't know what that looks like, but I think it's worth looking
may I?
into.
I'm not sure what you just said. Sorry.
So like if to be eligible for assistance, let's say it's 60% above
Oh, okay,
poverty.
okay.
So perhaps make it 70% or something.
They're not our conditions.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be.
They're not
but I
our
understand,
conditions. If they're within our ability, that's
If it's
different.
within our
Right.
ability. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. All right, are we ready for a motion? You want me to do it? Okay. See if I can figure it out. All right, we did a lot there. Okay, I move to adopt resolution number 2023 R-4 with an incentive period of 48 months and requiring connections to be made no later than 48 months after notice of availability, to accept the resolution as amended on the record today. It's currently on the screen, but presented by Mr. Tully. And for the district attorney's office to conform this resolution to add a condition if a waiver is no longer valid, they have 24 months to connect and get the incentive waiver of their fee. Did I catch them all? I think so. Did I miss any? Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Thank you. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. And thank you all for all your hard work too in working with staff. It really is a community effort on this part, and we will search for dollars to help. We will search. So thank you. And just about a 5-minute recess? Okay, so we're in recess. She's high. I'm going to call the Board of Supervisors back to order. We're on agenda item 16C. This is discussion only, so we won't be taking any motions, but it's a proposed policy for guidelines and procedures for the initiation, installation, maintenance, and fee collection for electric vehicle charging. Mr. Stuckey, are you starting it? Okay.
I will, Mayor. Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. Dan Stuckey, Deputy Public Works Director for the record. This is really a product of Chris and his team's work, but I'll introduce it. We had a really good discussion at the Board of Supervisors probably 6 to 9 months ago related to the William Street project, but we got into a really good discussion on electric vehicle charging stations. I know the Board is aware of this, but the William Street project with that $9.3 million raise grant funds, we are required as part of the project to do 2 electrical vehicle charging stations at Mills Park. So the discussion we had back then was, looking at where these would be, how we would charge. Right now, we do have 3 city-initiated charging stations across the city. We don't charge for those. So
Right here.
we have one at the community center, and then there's 2 installed over at the 3rd Street parking lot that was recently done. All of those were installed at no cost to the city through various grant programs. But we had a great discussion, and you all directed us to kind of come back here and put a policy forward of how we are going to treat not only our existing charging stations, but requests coming in the future. And there are requests. As we all know, there's about $1 billion of federal money out there for electrical vehicle charging infrastructure, and millions that are coming down to the state of Nevada and being put out into the communities. So we've had many discussions, including discussions with NV Energy on these. So what we try to do with this policy is kind of lay out how we want to, you'll see in here, the city does not want to be an owner. That's how we proposed it of these charging stations. We'd like private parties or a public utility to own and operate these things. We've put a fee schedule kind of together on how those would be charged. There's many other items in the policy, but with that, I'll open it up to discussion.
So will you walk us through, let me say it different. Yes, the calculation for the dollar an hour. One of the things with electric vehicles is, of course, there's no fee that they're helping, other than the car registration fee for some things, but they're not paying into a gas tax that we are heavily relying upon to help fix our roads. And as the increase in electric vehicles, we'll see our gas taxes continue to decline and decline. So while road costs are going up, the number of users paying those taxes is going down. And so for me, I'm interested in this particular fee if they're using charging stations. Is there a way that we can calculate the lost gas tax portion to recover and put to the road fund? And so that's really what I'm after.
I'll take that one.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris Martinovich, Transportation Manager. When we did the analysis to determine the amount of hourly or per kilowatt hour fee, we really looked at our existing charging stations, specifically the one over on 3rd Street at that parking lot. We're able to contact our vendor, Switch, who operates those, and we're able to kind of understand how they're being used, what the charges are, how frequently they're being used, what types, even down to what types of cars are being used. And so we used that analysis coupled with our actual utility bill to determine the rate and the costs associated with charging vehicles at that particular location. When we do that analysis, there's a variety of factors we consider. We consider the actual kilowatt hour cost that NV Energy charges the city for that parking lot. In addition to that, we look at the base charge. The rate if no electricity would be spent or expended at that location, we're still paying for that meter. We took that into account. We also did an account for the gas tax specifically. The independent, or I forget what it's called, the IEA, the federal government has an agency that publishes a kilowatt hour to gasoline gallon equivalency factor.
Okay.
And that equivalency factor, I think it's 0.03, and I have it here in front of me so I can get it correct. The equivalency factor is 1 gallon of gasoline has the equivalent power output of 33.33 kilowatt hours of electricity. In other words, it takes essentially a half a cup of gasoline is the same as 1 kilowatt hour of energy. And so we can apply that equation to the gas tax. And so when we did that as part of this analysis as well, looking at our 15.35 cents per gallon, resulting in equating that into a kilowatt hour analysis. So we took all these factors into it and we analyzed what is our cost of operation plus the gas tax at that gas tax equivalent at that Curry Street parking lot. And what we determined was the rate to cover our costs plus the gas tax was generally around 81 cents per hour of charge. So that's how we kind of got to the dollar per hour charge, assuming that charging station is not going to be used 24 hours a day. It's going to be used portions of the day. If it were used, more, we would get more. And that's how we kind of landed on that $1 an hour base fee for that level 2 charging. That's additional background.
I'll have to see some math. This is just
Yeah, I
in
know. It's a lot of
discussion.
math involved, but
Because
yes.
I'm thinking of a 4-hour charge is going to let my car go 200 to 300 miles. If I go to the gas station, and how many gallons does that take? Well, I'm like, wait a second. I'm paying more like $6 in tax to get my vehicle to go that 200 to 300 miles. So their equation may be based on something different than my mind is taking me to. I'm trying to do an equivalent. I have to fill up if my car is great and I'm getting 20 miles to the gallon. Anyway, we can talk about that, but I think I'd like to see it broken down because I want to make sure that kind of everything we talk about is having fairness, right? And so I want to make sure that the electric vehicles are paying their fair share, just like the gas-powered and diesel-powered vehicles are paying to maintain our roads.
Mhm.
And so I would, and again, it's just comment, so you're after
Yeah.
the right track.
Yeah,
And
no,
I
I'm-
want to be
I'm
clear
confident
that in the
numbers.
policy, that money's going to the road fund.
Sure.
That differential, not, so anyway, those are just general comments I have. Supervisor White?
So when we started this conversation, when I made the comment that we should charge at least enough to pay for what the charging stations are costing the city, that was also mindful that we had not yet had a good vetting of the study the legislature asked for. So I would ask, has there been any further update through the legislature on that whole studying how to replace the gas tax?
The study has been delivered to the legislature. It was delivered to the legislature back at the end of December. My understanding is there was a bill draft request for that concept. I don't know where that particular bill draft request stands in terms of moving.
Okay.
He's not here yet.
He's
Okay.
right there.
Oh,
He's gonna
no,
look it
I
up
meant,
right
I
now.
meant he's not on yet, yeah. Okay. Supervisor Giomi?
I don't disagree with your concept, Mayor. It's just, I did a quick calculation and your $6 in taxes would have been
Out of my $100
40,
bill.
40 gallons of fuel. So that's how much your $6
Our
in
share, or
taxes.
you mean the whole share?
The 15 cents.
Oh, I meant the whole share, sorry.
Well,
There's
But we only
54
get our
cents.
share.
I know,
yes.
no.
But we only get our share.
Yeah, but I'm
So I
just
mean,
saying-
we shouldn't, I don't think we should be recouping all this. Anyway,
I want road money,
well,
sorry.
I mean, I want road, no,
Sorry.
I want road money too, but
Right.
yeah, I mean, we shouldn't be taxing them on top of the state taxing them.
Well, they're not taxing them right now, the
Well,
state.
I know,
so
I know
we'll
that.
take it
I
while
know
we
that.
can.
They will at some point.
Yes, and then we'll have to give it back.
Anyway,
You're right.
I don't disagree with you in concept. I just don't know that with 3 charging stations, we're gonna get,
No, that's true.
regardless of the number you put on it, we're not gonna get enough meaningful money out of it to do anything. And given that we're looking at, a policy that we can change and adapt as we go forward, maybe as we start to add these, then
Right.
we raise those numbers because it is meaningful money. Even if we had 10 of these and we doubled this, you're not even gonna buy a can of paint with the money we're gonna make above and beyond. So I mean, I agree with the concept.
Right.
I think it's
The practicality of it.
really such a small amount of money that it's insignificant.
By 2030, we'll be all electric.
Well,
We'll be there.
yeah, okay.
I just
I
can't
didn't have
believe
any
how
other
long it
comment.
takes them to charge.
It does take a long time to charge, and I agree with the loitering fee, and
Right.
I mean, in general, I think it's a good concept. It's a good way to go. I think, the thing we talked about before is we need to make sure that we're not the ones involved in managing the program, that we find somebody, or, it's a RFQ, RFP, or LMNOP, or whatever you decide. Thank you, guys.
Supervisor Horton?
I have a comment, I guess a question on number 7, fees and collections, where it remarks, unless doing so is technologically impractical. Didn't you guys say in the last meeting that all of our current charging stations could be retrofitted in order to collect fees? Is that correct?
Did.
That is correct from what we know and what we've discussed with the vendors, yeah.
Well, I would imagine then there should be no exceptions in this policy, that if you're going to install something, it has to collect fees. All of our existing equipment is capable. I would remove that language if it was me.
All right, I don't see anything else. And again, this is a non-action item, enough to give some direction to you. But is there any public comment on this agenda item? Mr. French.
Mr. French, Carson City, Nevada Mayor and Supervisors. I'd like to direct some questions. The question I have, the fee may be nominal, but how long are these stall parking limitations on time? Would it be a overnighter, you could leave it there and just as long as you're still hooked up, still be there? What is the limit on the parking stall deal? Because we could just charge people rent in some cases as long as
It's on there. There's a loitering fee. That's what it is.
That's loitering, right?
Okay, so as long as the vehicle is there, and just what is then the time limit for loitering? I mean, is there a time to
It's
determine
charged.
after?
$5 per hour you're gonna pay if you just leave your car there.
But what was the first hour deal? How
So
long?
while you're charging, the first 4 hours was $1.
How does someone, you can tell from the gauge on it, so you have to have a meter reader type situation. So
correct.
someone will come in around and mark the tire. But
It's auto magic.
so it will do it to their charge. I mean, not the charge, but their card or whatever they're billing. And then are these going to be open to all cards, or are they specifically through a certain company?
You can only, to all what?
Well, there are different cards for different charging points. Some are going standardized so that they can use a debit card or such, but some require you using a specific card. So that was new to me, and a lot of them are changing that so that people can utilize other companies' chargers. Does that make sense as far as your card? If it's a Visa card and they don't accept it at the store, you can't, if it's American Express, you can't use it at certain places. And that's the way it's been with some of the charging. I didn't know about this until just recently. So if I'm totally off on that, I would like some clarification so that we'd know which cards would be available. I mean, would be usable.
When we do a RFP or look for vendors to be able to do this, we put the condition
That they're
that
all cards.
standard debit cards.
All
right?
right, thank
And
you very much.
charge
And
cards,
then
right.
the next thing is,
Not a particular company card, right?
Thank
Not
you.
a Citgo card. Gotcha. Mm-hmm. Okay. Anybody else? You have enough direction? Okay. Thank you so very much. Okay, we're then gonna now go to item 16D, which is discussion and possible action regarding authorization for Carson City staff to perform due diligence for the conveyance without consideration of approximately 3.41 acres of undeveloped land designated as assessor's parcel 010-037-06 for Phase 2 of our housing projects that we've had on Buckeye Way. Dan, you gonna start this one?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Dan Stuckey, Deputy Public Works Director for the record. I know the board's very familiar with this. We did this for Phase 1. If you remember when we we kind of ran in parallel with the Phase 1 development agreement. In parallel, we went with the land conveyance and did all the steps per NRS 244-287. So this is just getting the due diligence to do all the proper noticing, get a formal application from the developer, and to be able to move through those steps as we move through the development agreement, which is the next item. With that, any questions? We have Eric Novak from Praxis Consulting in the back, and then I believe on WebEx, we've got some of the development team from Paliseek as well. So
Just the main question is, no changes from any of the processes that we did on the first phase? We haven't run into any hiccups or lessons learned that make us recognize we have to make a change?
no,
Okay.
Adam got it perfect and right the first time. So
He got it right the
He-
first
yeah,
time? We
yeah.
need to relook at this. Okay, I don't see any questions. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it up back here for a motion then. Supervisor Shute.
I move to authorize staff to perform the due diligence required to transfer the Phase 2 property under NRS 244.287.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no.
No.
Thank you. Let the record reflect it was 4-1 with Supervisor White voting no. We're now going to move on to agenda item 16E, which is to enter discussion and possible action to introduce on first reading a proposed ordinance approving the development agreement between Carson City and Paliseek LLP, Oikos Development Corporation, and Sierra Flats Family, 1 LLP, concerning the conveyance of approximately 3.41 acres of city-owned land and the development of the second phase and of our affordable housing project on that land. Mr. Stuckey.
Thank you, Mayor. Dan Stuckey, Deputy Public Works Director, for the record. Again, not a whole lot to add to the mayor's comments. If this looks very similar, the development agreement, to the Phase 1 structure, that's because it is. We use the exact same template, just plugged in the details for the Phase 2 project. Yeah, with that, happy to answer any questions. Again, we have representatives from the development team here as well.
Does any member have a question? I still can't believe it's perfect, but we're going to go with that. Is there any public comment on this item? Mr. French.
Denny French, Carson City Board and Mayor. I'm opposed to giving property away. I understand that this is supposed to be to assist the community in getting more housing, and understand it's 40 years before then they have to, 50 now? Okay, thank you. Thank you, I'm sorry. That then it will turn over to private. I don't like it turning over to private or a waiver on that. I will not be around here in 50 years. I will not have to contend with that, but still as far as consideration for others. But I thank you very much for the opportunity to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, seeing no further public comment. Oh, Supervisor Shute.
Well, I just wanted to say that I absolutely, this is always super stressful in terms of turning land over, and especially for development. But as a community, this is our community, and this is really, I think, an opportunity to be able to help everyone have a roof over their head. When we were reading through the parks master plan and the comments, and there were so many comments about the unhoused, so many comments. And so while this isn't a perfect fit, it's not a solution by any means, it actually is one way to help alleviate some of the difficulty that some people have in finding housing and being able to afford housing. And there are people who live at very low income, even below the poverty level, who are employed, who sometimes are employed in several jobs. And so they're working really hard, and so that's why I'm absolutely in support of this project.
Do you want to make the motion?
You bet. I move to introduce on first reading Bill number 107.
Second. Okay, it's been seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. All
Aye.
those opposed, please say no.
No.
Let the record reflect the vote was for it and one against as Supervisor White. Thank you. We're now on to agenda item 17A, discussion and possible action regarding authorization for the District Attorney's Office to pursue all legal avenues and to take all necessary legal action to challenge an arbitration award issued in favor of the Carson City Deputy Sheriff's Association concerning a dispute under the terms of the collective bargaining agreement between the association on behalf of the deputy sheriffs and the city on behalf of the Carson City Sheriff's Office. I think the staff report's pretty thorough, but is there any member here that has a question or anything on this one? Pretty thorough there. Okay. Is there any public comment on, again, we're on agenda item 17A. No public comment. Okay, then we'll bring it back up here for a motion. Supervisor Giomi?
I move to authorize the District Attorney's Office to pursue all legal avenues and take all necessary legal actions to challenge the arbitration award.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Thank you. We are now on to agenda item 17B, discussion and possible action regarding our, is he coming to the table? Oh, great. Judge Lewis, welcome. Our legislative activity. Are we going to let Ms. Lewis go first, Judge Lewis? I'm like, in deference of her time. Judge Lewis.
Stephen Wood, for the record, Government Affairs Liaison. Thank you all. We're going to have a couple people come up to talk about some bills. We will start with Judge Lewis today, and she is going to be talking about AB 297, which is Assemblyman P.K. O'Neill's bill regarding the 48-hour bail hearing process. This bill seeks to exclude weekends and holidays from the calculation of that 48 hours. It's AB 297.
Judge Lewis.
Okay, thank you. Kristen Lewis, Carson City Justice of the Peace. I'm happy to be here. What we wanted to address, and grateful to have P.K. O'Neill, Assemblyman O'Neill, introduce this bill, basically requesting that we not have to do 48-hour hearings on weekends and holidays. You know, to say it's an inconvenience to any Justice of the Peace to do it, that's true, but you're also looking at staff. As any department is short-staffed within the city, so is the Justice Court, so is the Public Defender's Office, so are a number of agencies. And so to conduct these hearings within 48 hours, including weekends and holidays, really puts a burden on staff in order to do it. The biggest point, though, that we have stressed is the fact that we conduct an email review of all arrests within 24 hours of a person being arrested. We receive the probable cause report, which is emailed to the on-call judge, along with a pretrial risk assessment tool. It's called an NPRA. That NPRA goes through and evaluates offenders based upon their risk level in terms of prior offenses, whether or not they were violent offenses, recent history, and failures to appear. And so we make determinations based upon those factors as to whether or not a person should be released, if conditions should be imposed, what are the appropriate conditions, or if they should be held. And then they would be seen again if they are still in custody within a 72-hour hearing that's mandated by law. At that point in time, we typically have a criminal complaint, so we can make further determinations from there. What's really important to note is after that email review that we do, we then are required to do that 48-hour hearing on the weekend where virtually nothing has changed. There's no additional information that can be provided by way of the District Attorney's Office or the Public Defender's Office. So not much changes. And so that's a critical piece. And we're a smaller jurisdiction compared to Washoe County, Clark County. There's not as many judges who are willing to step in and help, so you really have to be tied to this, as well as staff. We've had staff leave based upon the requirement to work 6 days a week. We don't have that flexibility to change anything, and the stress level that it creates. We've also had some IT issues in terms of the system not being available on weekends or when they need to do upgrades. Things of that nature have happened. It can be problematic. So you're putting a burden on all departments that are involved, the jail, the district attorney's office, public defender's office, who is already critically short-staffed, as well as the courts. So it creates a lot of challenges. Additionally, a lot of the people who come into custody, sometimes we're not even able to see them during the week on a 48-hour hearing because they may be too intoxicated, they may have some mental health issues that they're struggling with, they're not sufficiently stable to be seen that quickly anyway. And we've also, I want to make sure we indicate, we've put in place certain rules with the Sheriff's Department pursuant to the pretrial risk assessment tool. If people score in the low risk range and they're facing a misdemeanor charge, then we've given authority based upon that for an automatic release. And so they make that determination just in reviewing the initial reports prior to it even coming to us. And then we just review it for additional conditions, pretrial supervision, things of that nature. And I think that covers everything. Do you have any questions?
Supervisor
Just a
Gioni?
quick question, Judge. When you do this review, do you ever make a release determination or a hold determination based off that email review? I mean, I'm just curious.
There have been occasions after doing the email review when we held the 48-hour hearing that we have changed something. But I can tell you that that happened previously when the public defender's office was fully staffed and they were able to take some time and go meet with individuals and get some additional information and provide that. That's not currently happening.
Yeah.
And
So just off that 24-hour notice, you're really not making any decisions anyway, basically.
I would.
That's what I was getting.
I would say to the extent that we have, it's probably been 10% or less.
Right, okay, thank you.
And those will be caught when we do that following hearing on that Monday.
Anybody else? Mr. Wood, are you requesting an action by this board?
Yes, I think the recommendation would be that the board support this in support of our courts.
Okay. Does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll do it.
on
I move to
that?
support AB 297.
I second.
I have a motion and a second for support of AB 297. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect the board's actually taken an action on AB 297. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. What's the next bill?
All right, next, let me look at my notes here, sorry. I'm going to bring up Kim Adams, our assessor, to discuss SB 233. This bill is an exemption, and she can correct me if I'm getting this wrong, an exemption of heavy equipment rentals from the personal property tax. We do have a fiscal note on this bill of $140,000 because of the loss in revenue that will impact the technology fund. So I would like to pass it over to her to explain further.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Kimberly Adams, Carson City Assessor. This bill is not the first time that it's been presented. It has been presented in prior legislative sessions. And I have kind of a breakdown of how this affects NRS 361. And if it's okay, I'm just going to read it verbatim so I don't miss anything. NRS 361 begins by stating that all property of every kind and nature, whatever within the state, shall be subject to taxation. Then exempts federal, state, and local governments based on ownership. All other exemptions are granted based upon mainly for charitable or nonprofit uses. Furthermore, NRS 361-140 prohibits a charitable corporation from qualifying for a property tax exemption unless its funds have been derived in whole or substantial part from grants or other donations from government entities or donations from the general public. Currently, there is no exemption granted under NRS 361 to property when used with a business conducted for profit. SB 233 undermines the property tax foundation of NRS Chapter 361. NRS 361.157 states, when any real estate or portion of real estate which for any reason is exempt from taxation is leased, loaned, or otherwise made available to and used by a natural person, association, partnership, or corporation in connection with a business conducted for profit or as a residence or both, the leasehold interest, possessory interest, beneficial interest, or beneficial use of the leasee or the user of the property is subject to taxation. Further, NRS 361-159 states, except as otherwise provided in subsection 3, when personal property or a portion of personal property, which is for any reason is exempt from taxation, is leased, loaned, or otherwise made available to, or used by a natural person, so forth and so on, is subject to taxation. 361-069, household goods and furniture are exempt from taxation, except when leased or rented or leased. There's some exemptions as far as renting or leasing appliances, furniture, and so forth. It continues to say on NRS 361-073 that property of water users, nonprofit associations, or nonprofit cooperative corporations are exempted. All real and personal property of water users, nonprofit association, or of water users, nonprofit cooperative corporation within the state of Nevada are also exempt from taxation. But such property should be taxed when it is used for any purpose other than carrying out the legitimate functions of such nonprofit association or of water users nonprofit cooperative corporation. Those are too many C words together. Thank you. So in essence, clearly this bill does undermine everything in 361. The bill proposes to add all heavy equipment rental property to the list of exempt personal property in NRS 361-068. And as with any bill similar to this, we've even seen it with the confidentiality bills. This year, there are several new types of employment that are being added to that confidentiality. So if the heavy equipment bill passes, what's next? Is it going to be medical equipment? Is it going to be, I mean, the list it's endless. The domino effect of this bill is endless. In additional, even though the dollar amount may not have seemed that large, the potential for companies to create a shell company and then say, oh, we're leasing that equipment, so therefore it is no longer taxable. In addition to this would affect our tech fund. That's how we pay a big portion of our flyover and DevNet and any other technology changes we need to make in the assessor's office and the treasurer's office. The list currently includes property held for sale or property managed or taxed by other entities. Again, no other property used with a business conducted for profit is included in this list. However, it does create the inequitable exemption for all property used with a business conducted for profit. The intent is to reduce tax revenue and requires unfunded administration to manage and enforce the proposed provisions. In reading this bill, the calculation is, I can't even wrap my head around it. There will definitely have to be numerous workshops to figure out how it's going to be managed.
So I have a question in general then. So who's the introducer of the bill?
So this bill has been introduced, I believe, for the last 4 sessions. It has failed every time. This session, and the reason why this is a bigger deal is, to your point, the sponsor of the bill is the Senate Majority Leader, Nicole Cannizzaro.
And prior testimonies and the rationale, why are they singling out heavy equipment for exemption? What's the rationale? What are they? There has to be something that keeps bringing this bill forward. What is it?
And I'm hoping I'm stating this correctly. As my understanding, the argument is these rental companies that provide these leases to companies for a forklift, whatever the case may be. Again, from what I understand, their argument is that they aren't using the equipment. They're leasing it for somebody else to use it. So therefore, why are they paying taxes on it?
Because they're the owner. Okay. So that,
And again,
but
that's
nothing about it being an emergency nature, or, you know,
From
that
my-
these are people that are, oh, I hate to use our sewer example this morning, but that type of thing, that it's not because it's an emergency and I have no choice and I got to go down to the United Rental and get a backhoe and come
From
fix
my
something.
understanding, the assessor is correct from previous testimony in
It's
years
the
past.
rental companies itself, just saying they shouldn't pay the
Correct.
tax, but they're the owner. I got that. Okay. Supervisor Giomi.
Yeah, so just to run this through my simple head, if I own $1 million tractor, I'm going to pay and I'm in Nevada, I'm going to pay personal property on that $1 million tractor, right?
Currently.
Today.
Correct.
So if this passes, I would still pay it on that tractor unless I happen to lease it out. In which case, once I leased it out, I would no longer pay personal property tax, and nor would the leasee pay
So
taxes.
there appears to be guidelines in the proposed bill that the leasing company has to qualify under. Am I correct? It
As a
wouldn't be
leasing
just,
company,
yes. So, and
but
that's where
you
the,
make it a company.
the twist of how you could get around this is, say you're Joe and you have forklifts and so
Stacy
forth.
Giomi, Inc.
Inc., you're now going to create Stacy Giomi Corp. And say that that's a leasing company so that you can get around paying taxes on
your-
that equipment.
And I think
Put
part of
your
the problem
equipment
on
in
that point too is that you could then turn around and lease it to yourself.
Yes.
Right.
Okay,
Right, okay.
thank you.
And so, does this board have a pleasure to oppose it? Okay, Supervisor White, you want to make that motion?
That is SB 233.
I move that Carson City Board of Supervisors move to oppose SB 233.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Mr. Wood, would you put that on the list for my meeting with her?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, what else do you have?
Next, I would like to discuss AB 213. And we have our wonderful planning department head here to discuss this. So this bill revises provisions governing residential planning. We do have a $50,000 fiscal note on this bill for additional staff to meet the requirements of the bill. The bill requires, among other things that Hope will describe for you, applications to be responded to within 3 days. If we pass the 3 days, the application is deemed complete, and it requires us to publish a list of applications on our website. So she will explain that
What kind of
one.
applications? Take it away.
I got this. Okay, so a big part of what I do is procedural due process. I'm looking at Dan Yu. If I mess up procedural due process, we're in a world of hurt. And my staff is all over procedural due process. We have no extra capacity. We are so intense on that in terms of noticing people, noticing the newspaper, posting, so on and so forth. So that's background. So AB 213, actually more background. Before any application we receive, we do have 3 days to deem it complete or incomplete. That's today. That's not new. So just so you're aware, that's a really quick turnaround, but we have to do it. And if we deem it complete, we have to send a letter to the applicant saying, we're deeming this complete, please submit, so on and so forth, and give them a delineation of exactly what's required to make it complete. What AB 213 does is a couple things. One, it's requiring that each municipality publish on the website a list of all planning application or all applications relating to land use planning in areas zoned for residential housing. The list has to be updated monthly, and it has to include the date the application was initially filed, the number of days the application has been pending, the number of times the application was issued a notice for incompleteness, and the number of applications rejected for being incomplete. So it's essentially a transparency bill, and I'm absolutely 100% all for transparency, but this is burdensome. This is going to take a lot of staff time. It does more stuff though. It also, in talking about the 3-day completeness, right now, when we do our 3-day completeness, we have a checklist of what you're supposed to submit, say, when you do a special use permit. I'll use that for my example. And suppose you need a traffic report, you need a water analysis, you need a sewer analysis. What we do is go through the application, say, yep, here's the traffic analysis, check that box. Here's the sewer analysis, check that box. Here's the water analysis, check that box. Okay, we have it. That doesn't mean it's right. That doesn't mean it's going to be acceptable. It just means they submitted it. Well, what this bill, AB 213, says is it's expanded the definition or the description, it's not really a definition, of designee to mean roadside utilities, water, sewer, drainage, traffic control, and public works. That worries me. What is their responsibility if I'm now relying on our utility provider to deem something complete? Is that traffic report just, oh, we have a traffic report? Or do we now have 3 days for our traffic engineer to review that traffic report to say that it captured all the substance that he needed? Again,
Only gets
burdensome.
that bite at the apple.
And lastly, it also, for the stuff I'm highlighting for you, the state agencies. Right now, when we get a map, we refer to certain state agencies, including NDEP and Division of Water Resources. What this bill would say is that those agencies have 15 days to provide written comments of approval, conditional approval, or disapproval from the day of receipt. You just heard the judge talking about staffing. Look at the staffing at the state. They're having a lot of difficulty staffing. So my comment to this is, if you don't value what these agencies have to say, take them off the routing sheet. But to say they have to respond within 15 days, I think is asking a lot of those agencies. And I appreciate being efficient, but let's be realistic for a minute. I don't think these agencies, in my experience, can give a substantive review within 15 days and add value. And they may have to resort to disapproval because that's the easy way out. Find an error, disapprove, and it's essentially going to lengthen development review. So in general, this will burden, I think, the city's development review team, and that we're going to have to spend a lot of resources, including clerical resources, meeting due process requirements on completeness. We're going to have to involve other agencies in a completeness review that we haven't had to involve before, and those are technical people. And I feel like it's very dismissive of the value add of state agencies. Thank you.
And who is the introducer of this one?
This bill has been introduced by the Assembly Majority Leader, and yes, and
We're working our way through them,
Floor,
aren't
floor
we?
leader, I think she's a floor leader.
yes, yeah, they're all considered floor leaders, yeah. So I do want you all to know that I do have a meeting. It's a standing meeting, but we will be discussing this with other local governments this afternoon. So I will take your feedback into that meeting, should you choose to give any.
Boulder City filed no fiscal note, $0 fiscal note. Were you aware of that?
I was not.
What does their note say, though? Does it say we can't determine?
No, it doesn't say that.
Boulder City can't do any well, Boulder City has a lot of other
It
rules.
says see attached sheet.
No, I meant on development rules and things because they have some homegrown. Boulder City is really unique. They can't issue debt. They cannot.
No, I know that. I'm
Yeah, they
just,
got lots of things, so
um,
it may not pertain to them.
no, they didn't do any
it.
comment. $0.
Right.
Elko County also said $0 fiscal note, but it said it would require additional staff. Henderson, 400,000, City of Las Vegas, 472, North Las Vegas, 0, Mesquite, 0, Sparks, 0, Wendover, 0, Carson City, 50,000, Clark, 2 million. Yeah,
I'm gonna guess
don't
the
think
different
this-
people are interpreting it
I don't think-
differently.
Yeah.
That's
There's
what I
also
meant.
some comments about affordable housing in here, which I didn't hear you mention. There's some comment in here about having to provide a report on the number of affordable housing units that you have in a community.
Right, and I spoke to Nikki Akers about that report. Her staff and her team generates that report already. I wasn't familiar with the report. When I looked at the additional content that would be required for the report, we actually already prepare that content. We do because we do our annual growth management report. And so I didn't think that the creation of that data set would be burdensome because it's a data set we're already collecting in Carson City. Also, just listening to the list you just read and on a different bill that Stephen and I have talked about, Stephen said to me, well, there's going to be this group and here's who's in the group. I think when we're talking about Clark County versus a Carson City versus a Lyon County, we got a head count of 1 FTE on this stuff. I mean, we don't have room to absorb a lot of this procedural due process they're asking us to absorb.
Applications do they get?
Well, yeah. No, I mean,
Right.
you're right. I just, yeah. So are you asking us to oppose this as well, or just monitor it?
I think I'll leave that up to your discretion. I know our staff does, as Hope mentioned, have some serious
Or
concerns with this.
oppose, but would accept amendments or would review
Possibly
with
oppose
amendments.
as written, yeah.
Oppose as written. Sometimes there's just, we oppose it. And sometimes it's we oppose, but would work together with the team to amend out.
I think also, and leaving it again to your discussion, but I think, you can direct me to seek that amendment as
I
well.
mean, I think we need to find out what the goal is behind doing this. If, that's, obviously,
What they think.
I'm against the burdensome addition of work that it's going to require our staff to do. But if they're trying to accomplish something, tell us what that is, and maybe there's a different way to accomplish it.
From discussions that I've had, just a little bit of the background on the legislative side of this, this has, this bill was generated out of a, shall I say, a turf fight between the Southern Nevada home builders and Clark County.
Southern Nevada wanting them to go faster, the builders.
Right.
are
Now,
taking too
I have
long.
had discussions with Clark County about this. They are unsure why they are unhappy with their process. The proponents of the bill have not reached out to them, have not tried to work through the process in any other way. They just came with the legislation.
I don't know. I don't feel like I know enough about this to tell you what to do personally. I mean, I think I would oppose I would oppose the way it
As
reads
written.
today,
Right.
based on the
Opposed
on the
as
financial component and the burden it places,
Mhm.
and the ramifications of failing to meet. That's what is most scary to me.
Mhm.
So those are the things that are most scary to me.
I think we can say we oppose as written, but would be open to work on amendments. Like you said, and then you get what their actual goal is.
Yeah.
What are you trying to achieve?
And I hope as this process, as the legislative process continues, I will get more information. Like I said, I have a meeting with the bill sponsor this afternoon. But
At no point do you deem it complete and approved just because you miss a deadline.
Right.
Well, that's why we have
what's-
to oppose the bill.
Yeah, that part
That's-
can't stand.
Right, that's what I said. So I think we can just say I'll make the motion. We oppose AB 213 as written, subject to amendments.
With the comments on the record, you
Mhm.
willing to say that?
As yeah.
Okay, I'll second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Boy, we're on a roll today. Are you going to bring us a support? Oh, no, we had a support bill. There you go, 297.
I have a few more.
okay.
You'll have your opportunity.
Okay.
So I'm going to try and group a couple of these together, but I will start with one that I know a couple of you are familiar with. This is SB 240, or AB 240, my apologies, sponsored by Assemblyman PK O'Neill, regarding cannabis cultivation and home grows.
240 or 248?
AB 240.
40.
Yep. The bill, as written, limits the number of plants that are able to be grown in a home grow from 12 to 8. It also requires anyone who holds a license and wants to grow at home that they must do so in an enclosed and secured manner. And they must also notify the sheriff and the health authority, and the sheriff has the ability to enforce those provisions as well as any local odor ordinance.
That's ours.
Doesn't it also say out of public site?
Yeah, well, it has to be enclosed. So,
Enclosed. Right.
I think it is part of the issue.
What we're dealing with right now is enclosed is in somebody's open backyard.
Oh, fully enclosed.
No,
That it's out of sight.
I think because I worked on this with PK, I'm pretty sure it says in indoors or inside, it could be a greenhouse, has to be not enclosed in a yard. In some
I
kind
mean,
of a
not an
structure.
open backyard,
Right.
but hidden by a fence. Right.
But he's right, that's how our DA's office has interpreted it, it's
Right.
enclosed. I'll check real quick, but I'm almost positive it says that. Say that
So
again?
what,
Completely
yeah,
enclosed.
I have it right here. It says conduct any cultivation, growing, or production of cannabis in a completely enclosed and secured structure
There you go.
and comply with all local ordinance.
Yep.
Structure.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, you want us to support this?
Yep. Oh, yes, we want to
I'm-
support it.
I move to support AB 240.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The record reflect that was unanimous to support AB 240.
Just out of curiosity, have you heard whether we have a shot with it? Have you talked to anybody else?
Amended it.
There have been some discussions, and I've been in talks with the bill sponsor about this, and he and I are going to work to try and get this bill to a hearing.
Do you have any other local governments that are on board?
It's interesting, believe it or not. We've talked with some folks from Southern Nevada about it, and they said they don't have this problem down there. The reason why is because it's too hot. They
Oh,
can't
it
grow
won't
outside
grow.
anyway.
It won't grow
So
outside.
they're all
So,
indoor
yeah,
grows
yeah, right.
anyway.
Oh,
Right.
shoot.
They still could
Okay.
support us.
Well,
Maybe let's lean on them, Stacy. You're NACO, I'm lead. Let's do it.
Douglas has a moratorium. They may well support a further retraction of
Yeah,
road.
they should come on this.
Based on their attitudes down there, they might sign off on it.
I agree.
Well,
I
and
think
they're
there's
25
room.
miles outside. They can have even more grows. I mean,
That's correct. Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
So yeah, there
Thank you.
will likely be other local government support of this.
Okay.
Next, I'll move to a topic of discussion, which is public works and prevailing wage. These two bills that I'm about to bring up to you, we have very serious concerns with them. The first is AB 235. That bill unfortunately was heard this morning. There were several local governments that testified against the bill, but the bill requires that any worker who does any kind of fabrication work for a public works project must be paid prevailing wage. It seems very simple. And there was an amendment, by the way, that limited, it took out, there was a list of the types of work like plumbing, signage, et cetera. It took out a couple of those things, but it didn't take out all of them, and that's all the amendment did. So the concerns that we have regarding the ability to comply with this legislation, the ability to track who is paying prevailing wage, who is not, were not addressed in the amendment. There is also serious concerns about putting local governments in conflict with certain constitutional provisions, like the Commerce Clause, because if we're buying fabricated parts from Arizona or Utah, how can we enforce Nevada's prevailing wage laws in a different state or possibly overseas? We do have a fiscal note on this bill. It's an interesting fiscal note. There's not an exact number, but it says that this will potentially increase the cost of every public works project by 5%. So it would be my recommendation that we oppose this bill because of the compliance issues and the inability to
Want to
to
give us
track
the other
this.
one at the same time so we can maybe
Absolutely,
decide
yep.
to do them together?
The next one is SB 220, and I'll back up for a second. AB 235 was sponsored by Assemblywoman Danielle Monroe Moreno. She's the Speaker Pro Tem and Chair of Ways and Means. The next bill, SB 226, is sponsored by the Senate Majority Leader again, Senator Canizaro. This bill changes the definition of a public work for the purposes of prevailing wage. So I'll read from my notes. Again, for the purposes of prevailing wage, it redefines a public work to mean any project funded in part or in whole with public money. It further redefines any public work as any construction, demolition, custom fabrication, or repair, alteration, custom fabrication, or repair on any property owned or leased by a public body. And that we've had some discussions about what that word leased means. Does it mean property that we're leasing for our own purposes? Or does it mean it's property that we own that we're leasing, let's say, to a charity for $1? And we're unclear, it could capture both. So there are very serious concerns with this bill as well, and it's actually far more broad than the last one, so it has way more implications, but on the same vein. We also have a fiscal note on this bill as exactly the same as the last one, a 5% increase to all public works projects.
Does it take out the threshold too? Is it $1 of expenditure now? Not even the 100,000?
I did not see a threshold in the bill.
Wow.
That's crazy.
that's
So
easy.
anyone,
Oppose.
any local government that donates
Yeah.
a building to someone like we have done in the
Northgate.
past,
For $1 a year.
for $1 a year, if they are doing any work on that, it becomes a public works project subject to prevailing wage. HVAC, carpet replacement,
Art
Yeah.
installations.
crazy.
It's crazy. Okay,
All right.
we'll take a motion to
I'll do it.
oppose both those. Maurice, go.
I move that the Carson City Board of Supervisors oppose bills AB 235 and SB 226.
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Is there more good stuff out there?
Okay, let me bring you one that I think we have some good news on.
Okay.
Two of them, actually. The first one is SB 11. We discussed this one at the last meeting. This is a League of Cities bill regarding the use of drones for inspection purposes. Supervisor Giomi, you brought up some concerns about the scheduling of those. The City of Henderson and the League have put together an amendment that this bill will be presented on March 27th with this amendment. The amendment actually has the word scheduled in it, just like you want, so it will require the scheduling of these inspections. Also, to satisfy concerns brought forward by the ACLU, these inspections, any pictures or video taken during these inspections of surrounding properties or anything like that cannot be used for law enforcement purposes outside of the inspection itself. So,
I just thought of something else. Can they be public records requested?
my understanding is that they would fall under the same existing statute as anything else.
Mm-hmm.
A little more
So can an
pause.
inspection report? Is an inspection
But
report?
not
That's
because
a
the
report. This is a,
video could be of
Public record.
secure places of the
Scares
building.
me
It
a
could
little
be
bit.
things that might expose proprietary information.
Well, if it's got proprietary information, then they can, if somebody
it doesn't
claims it's
say that.
show.
It doesn't
No,
say
in
that
another piece of code, like in your contracts or in your stuff, you can mark things confidential that are proprietary to your business operation.
Yeah, but
not the
this
whole
is- but-
document,
But this
but-
is not you doing it.
Right.
This is
No,
not you doing
right.
it. This is the government taking a picture
Right.
of somebody's property and then Mo coming in and saying, I want that video. How,
See bank robbers and art thieves wanting those videos.
gosh, I really like the idea of doing this, but it just, there's some things that scare me.
Gotta
I
know
wish
they
I'd thought about that
exist.
before, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
They gotta know they exist to ask for them. You're not gonna, they're not gonna, we're not gonna honor a
Sure-
request
sure you
that
can.
says, give me all drone things.
Absolutely, I could
Would you
make a
know-
FOIA request like that. I could go
Wouldn't
to the
do it.
fire
You'd say
department.
It's too broad,
I could go
right?
to the fire department, make a FOIA request that says, I want the video footage of every drone inspection you've conducted in the last 6 months.
How would the
It's a
city
specific
know?
FOIA request.
How would the city know if a particular portion of that building
Wouldn't.
contains something sensitive, secure, or proprietary?
Add into the amendment, it's exempt from public records request.
Well, Mayor, would you
Put it
like me
in
to
the
answer? I
list.
think I've got a
Yeah.
couple of different questions here on the record. So generally speaking, yeah, under the Nevada Public Records Act, not exactly FOIA that mostly applies to federal agencies, but, with respect to the Public Records Act, unless specifically exempted from disclosure and release, it's not confidential. I mean, you have a laundry list, in fact, in NRS of certain exemptions, lots of cross-references. If you've ever taken a look at it, and I'm sure you have, it's probably a couple of paragraphs long. So it does specifically cite to other statutes where certain things, let's say, for example, certain court proceedings related to juveniles, that's an easy one. Those records would, be exempted from, the Public Records Act. As the mayor pointed out, certain confidential information would include proprietary information, trademark information, stuff like that. Trade secrets, I guess, generally is a better term. And in fact, I think that may be the term that's used. Public records requests that go to governments, such as Carson City, under common law, not necessarily as codified in NRS, they do have to comply with certain parameters. They can't be overly broad. I mean, there is also a balancing act that the Nevada Supreme Court has adopted as well. Gives local governments a little bit of wiggle room, and I mean a little bit in terms of there is a presumption, generally speaking, that unless something is specifically exempted from disclosure or exempted from application of the Public Records Act, it's not. So to address this question or this concern with regard to drone footage, and I should also mention when we're talking about issues of video surveillance or video footage, there's a lot of case law out there and a lot of movement with respect to body cam footage as well. I can tell you that there are a lot of different considerations that the district attorney's office takes into consideration, when we are, speaking about a records request that comes in for, a review, inspection of, or even a copy of body cam footage that exists. And, certain considerations that we would take into account comprise, for example, of whether or not it's an active pending criminal case, whether it's a case that's been, settled and it's closed. And also, but there are various concerns with respect to what is depicted in that. And it gets really complex, and I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole, but there are a lot of considerations with that. So generally speaking, if there is an overarching concern with respect to whether Carson City as an entity would be compelled to release or not release drone footage, drone images, the easiest way to address an issue like that would to have specific language in the bill. And that just eliminates the need for any sort of guesswork. So that would be my recommendation if that is a concern of the board.
So if I could make a recommendation, if the board does choose to support this, you could support it if that amendment is added to the bill.
I would.
And I think that's really what the ACLU was after, is there can be no law enforcement actions from one. So I think we could tack on the amendment to indicate it's not for the public. That's not what the
Right.
record
And
is.
this
It's
is still-
pretending to be the eyes of the inspector. That's all.
Exactly.
That's all
That's a very good way to.
Right.
That's a very good way to look at it. It's
Right.
essentially the eyes of the inspector.
That's it.
And if you conducted an inspection, you couldn't
See what he saw.
ask for information from
Right.
what somebody is seeing.
So-
that's a really good.
So
way to
I
look at it.
think
Support with amendment.
if I could
Yeah.
just get a little clarification, you would be supportive of an amendment that either exempts them from public records requests or that the drones could not record, that the person could watch live, take notes, and do what they normally do, but the drone would not record.
Correct. That's how I would, yes.
Okay.
I'd be comfortable with either of those.
Okay. So I have that guidance now. If you would like to support the bill, if it has that
So
amendment?
moved.
Okay.
Is there a second? Okay. All those in favor, please
Thank
say
you. Sorry, I
aye.
didn't think about that before, but.
Aye.
Aye.
Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Thank you. Next.
And just on that, we're still early enough, we can get that added to the amendment for the hearing. Next is SB 51, and this is my last one, and then I'll open it up to see if you have anything. This bill regards commissioners' pay, county commissioners. It was originally brought by Nye County and only related to the Nye County Commissioners. There is an amendment, however, that will open it up to all county commissioners across the state. That does include the Carson City Board of Supervisors, and it will increase the cap on pay. It will essentially double the salary, the cap on the salary anyway. So from what I have been told, this would increase the cap on pay for the Board of Supervisors. It's based on population.
Tiers.
Yeah, tiered by
Tiers,
population, yeah. It would increase the salaries for the Board of Supervisors, the cap, I'm sorry, for the salaries to $54,000 a year. I'm bringing this to you.
What does it do for the sheriff's clerk?
This is only
There's a
commissioners.
separate bill
Yeah.
that Douglas County DA has out there for what you're talking about.
Yeah, this is only commissioners. So.
And this would only apply after,
The next time you're elected.
correct, the next time you are.
That
if
is
you are
correct.
reelected.
Yes,
It
that
wouldn't
statute
apply now.
that about pay increases applies to this as well. But I'm telling you this to inform you that this bill that did only affect Nye County now affects everybody. So I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Thank you.
But it is just a cap. It's not a mandated
It's
thing,
not-
correct?
it's
That's
not a
correct.
mandate. NACO is
Right.
supporting the bill. Were they supporting it? Yes.
Yeah, and
NACO is
working
supporting it.
working on with the working group and stakeholders on this amendment, yeah. Okay, that concludes my list of bills, so.
Well,
um,
I think it has the provision in there, and I will tell you, as the Carson City Board years ago, well, I'll speak for myself. So you can decline any portion of raises. So like I did not take mine for 4 years, but that was my option. So I do think that you have to be ready, because the problem with pay bills is they only happen like every 10 years. And so it's okay to let it go in, and then the individuals can determine for
Yeah,
themselves.
I mean, I would
Yeah.
support it.
Yeah.
You think about the amount of time involved in doing this, and, it's, as the only person up here that has a full-time job in addition to this job, I can tell you that there's a lot of advantages for having someone who only is dedicated to this job. And this would help,
Recruit.
in that way. So I would move to support SB 51.
Okay, I'll second it.
Can I pause? Can I get clarification that you support it with the amendment?
With an amendment.
Yes, with the
Obviously,
amendments.
we don't,
Yes.
we're not independently talking
yeah,
about
yeah,
Nye County.
Yeah, I mean, I like Nye County a lot, but
Yeah,
I'm not going
not
to
that much.
support something for them only.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect that was unanimous. Thank you. That's it?
That's all I have. That wasn't
Okay.
enough for you?
Yeah. Okay, any others, anybody else want to bring up?
I don't have anything today on legislation.
Oh, we're going. Thank you so very much. Is there anything the public has that they want to bring up on any legislation that we didn't already go over? Woo-hoo, thank you very much. Okay, we are on to agenda item 18. City manager, do we have anything or something?
Just real quick, I just want to make sure that everyone gets ready for April 20th, because that will be the budget meeting. So those tend to take quite a while, so.
Like, get ready to pack a lunch.
I thought you were going to announce the Mark Twain Days. Get ready for Mark Twain Days, starting on the 21st. Okay. Any other members have anything? Supervisor Schutte?
Well, the other day I had the pleasure of meeting Teresa Babcock, and she was the little gal who ran the Carson City First Responders Memorial Run, and she was at the Sheriff's Department. And she runs on behalf of first responders as well as police canine units. And so she was just such a delight. And as a runner, I always appreciate kids out and about running. And I said, I am going to celebrate you at the Board of Soups. And so if you haven't seen the paper from Wednesday, please take a look, and she's quite delightful. So yay, Teresa, and thank you for doing what you're doing.
Okay, Supervisor Giomi.
I just wanted to remind everybody, Mark Twain Day is 21, 22, 23, or 22, 23. That
21
Friday,
through the
Saturday, Sunday, yeah.
23rd.
21st through the 23rd. First annual, and so CTA has been doing a lot of work with that. Had a Carson Water Subconservancy meeting last night. The Carson River water basin is, the snow water equivalent is 259% of normal. We've shattered the 2017 record for water, snow, rain, water equivalent, whatever you want to call it. And there's more to come. So the April, I lost. Do you remember the dates for the, just so you know, there are that week prior to, I think it's the 18th and 19th, is the Carson Water Subconservancy Carson River Watershed Forum. So a lot of good information about if you're interested in water and water purveyors, a couple of great keynote speakers. Chris Smallcombe from the National Weather Service and DCNR Director James Settlemeyer is a keynote speaker on the second day. So good stuff there. That's it.
Okay. Anybody else have anything? Mr. Horton, do you want to report good news from the airport or you want me to do it? Okay. I was pleased to attend the airport meeting last night, and I'm super excited about the opportunity. We have a new vendor, Carson Tahoe Executives, that is coming to Carson City, and they are purporting that potentially they have about $100 million investment project for our airport and that surrounding area. So the first step for their bulk fuel and truck-to-truck transfer for the interim time was approved last night by the airport authority. So I've had lots of meetings with them and super excited about their plans to help improve our airport.
Might this eventually lead to scheduled air service?
It could.
Wouldn't that be a shocker?
I wish we could have gotten there.
Sam Dene would be, anyone
Rolling
here
over.
remember Sam Dene? Sam Dene would be rolling over in his
Yes,
grave.
yes. So anyway, I just thought that was exciting news and wanted to put on the record what a great job the airport authority and staff. They are also a pretty small staff, but they did a great job. And so I think it's worthy of putting on the record that we're going to have Carson Tahoe Executives coming to town with a new FBO and stuff. So exciting news there. Anybody else have anything? No? Okay, we will have a closed session immediately following adjournment that should be fairly quick. Mr. Horton will not participate in that particular closed session. Is there any final public comment? Come on up.
Mary Eaton, for the record. So you guys have, I watch you guys on YouTube because normally on Thursdays I work. I appreciate all of you guys here. It's now 1:26, and now I know why you guys don't have that evening
midnight.
So you guys were talking about roads and whatnot, and I live in the airport road snow route area, and I'm wondering why we're not, as a city, enforcing that snow route towing area to be towed. Now, one day, and I go down this road every day, okay? I live off of that road. There are 26 vehicles that are parked on Airport Road that clearly says, do not park there, okay? We are not doing something. Why are these residents parking on the street? They have side streets by their house. They have driveways. And so I'm just curious of why Carson City is not doing anything about it because during this last snowplow, I saw 26 cars from the north, from 5th Street all the way to College Parkway. Okay? Now, you consider that money coming into Carson City being towed. Yes, that's a lot of money.
Well, it wouldn't be city money, it'd be the person paying the tow yard, but.
Right, but
not
you,
us.
but the
Yeah.
city can arrange something. Why do we have that towing
Right.
if nothing's being done? So either A, you take down the city, those signs and allow people to park there, or you just don't do nothing about, I mean, nothing's being done right now as we speak. So I think the easiest way would just be go ahead and just continue and just take down those signs. But why are they there? I mean, someone from California, I originally came from California. Why? I mean, I know the importance of why we have those signs so the snow plows can do
Right.
it, but they also put you in the, they block you in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Do we have any other? I don't see any other public comment. Okay, then if there's no objection, we're adjourned and Curtis gets to leave. Huh, something's wrong here.